that everybody just stays home, waits it out, pays attention, listens up to the school, whatever the school's going to do. But we are fully staffed and have been responding to some calls. Obviously, the roads are wet and slick in those areas that you would expect. Bridges, overpasses, ramps are slick and treacherous, and just slow down if you have to go out.
What type of emergencies are you guys expecting to get calls about the most?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What kind of emergencies are you guys expecting to get calls for the most?
Well, any call that we get is going to be, challenging in some ways because of the weather. Obviously, it's getting cold. The medical calls, just a regular medical call, we'll have to be very deliberate in what we do, how we pick the patient up, move the patient from the house to the ambulance, whatever. It may take us a bit longer to get from here to there because of the road conditions and the weather. But just like everybody else, we ask that everybody slow down, drive cautiously, pay attention. And if you don't have to, don't get out.
So when roads are slick like this, do ambulances and fire trucks operate in a different way during this weather? All right, it seems as though obviously freezing temperatures out there, and Pete's Zoom froze as well. So thank you so much, Pete Perringer, for joining us. Maybe we'll connect back with him in a little bit. Of course, conditions out there are extremely dangerous at this moment. That is what we have been showing you throughout the evening. David Kaplan was reporting from Loudoun County. Snowflakes truly coming down over there as well. Our Regina Ureta is in Waldorf, where there are slick and wet roadways. Right here in Montgomery County, we are seeing the white stuff come down as well. So snow is expected. It's already here. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 5 Weekend Live. It is 5:41. You are watching us on your Fox Local app, and we want to make sure you are aware that we will be covering the winter weather in our 6 o'clock newscast that's coming up in just a bit here. But wanted to give you some alerts as we go through this last, block in our show here. Here's a live look outside, and you can just see the wet, slick roadways out there. We have a new update from DC Water. They are taking measures ahead of the rain and snow to prevent flooding and impacts on the Potomac Interceptor repairs. So we just got that a little bit ago. Ahead of the rain and snow, they want to prevent the flooding and impacts to the Potomac Interceptor repairs. We also want to make you aware MCPS is going to be on a 2-hour delay tomorrow. Prince George's County will also be on a 2-hour delay tomorrow as well. And DC water crews are working around the clock to keep the Potomac Interceptor repair site safe as another storm approaches. And since February 8th, there have been overflows through the Potomac River, and efforts are underway to bolster pump capacity and manage stormwater runoff due to expected heavy rain and snow that could flood the pumping site and endanger pumping operations. Keeping the pumping system running is critical to prevent overflows and support ongoing emergency repairs. At the collapse site, workers are assembling materials and equipment to extend the excavation around the damaged section to stabilize the area and remove portions of the pipe to access the rock and debris inside in preparation for the winter storm event. DC Water has also joined hands with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to give critical help to help with stormwater management. And during heavy rains earlier this week, stormwater runoff from the American Legion Bridge and the Clara Barton Parkway inundated the pumping site. USACE teams have completed a site assessment and are actively implementing measures to contain and divert stormwater away from the pumping site. And floodwaters not only put the pumps at risk, but they make it hard for workers to perform the maintenance and cleaning to keep operations moving as well. Just take a look outside. You don't want to be out there. We're going to say this again and again. Increased flow from stormwater rushing into the bypass system that also puts strain on the pumps. So a section of the Potomac Interceptor, a sanitary sewer line collapsed near Clara Barton Parkway and the C&O Canal National Historical Park on the 19th of January. So emergency repairs are expected to restore full flow and function to the interceptor by mid-March, which will contain the risk of overflow and eliminate the need for the bypass system. The next step in repairs is removing the rock and debris blocking the pipe near the collapse site. So DC Water is coordinating with the National Park Service, the Environmental Protection Agency, Maryland Department of Environment as well. And we want to also make you aware about LCPS. They are monitoring weather activities which are canceled, and campuses are closed after 6 p.m. Sunday. So actually, they're monitoring the weather activities due to the potential of the weather, the inclement weather. The activities on LCPS campuses are canceled after 6 Sunday today, and campuses will close. So you want to check your school's website for information on that as well. Let's take a look again at the radar at this time, right before that full forecast that you guys will take a look at in the 6 o'clock newscast. So coming up at 6 o'clock, meteorologist Gwen Talbert is going to go through this 6-hour radar and really explain things here in full. So what we had so far was that there were no updates to the snow totals. We're watching out for anything that changes throughout the evening today. Of course, we're already seeing those heavy snowflakes you can see on this windshield. It's just really, it's coming down at this moment. So our David Kaplan and Regina Urita will be live. So Regina's going to be joining us from Waldorf, and David is in Loudoun County. So right now we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back. Fox 5 Weekend Live. We are continuing our winter weather coverage here. I want to make you aware MCPS is on a 2-hour delay tomorrow. So is Prince George's County. I'm still checking up on Alexandria right now. We will have an update for you shortly on what you can expect tomorrow. But again, MCPS on a 2-hour delay. Prince George's County on a 2-hour delay. This is a live look outside and it is coming down. Please stay at home. Please don't get on the roadways if you don't have to be there. And we want to make sure you know 6 o'clock we're going to have this forecast with Gwen Talbert, where she is going to explain the 6-hour radar, what we can expect. So right now I want to go over a few things here that Mayor Bowser had spoken about or given us some details earlier in the day about the district snow team deployment. So the National Weather Service has placed the district under a winter weather advisory from 5 p.m. today. This has already started until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Monday. Rain is expected through the day. We saw that transitioning to snow, which is what we're seeing outside right now. Really, we're seeing those snowflakes come down. And the district is expected to get between 2 and 4 inches of snow overnight, with the bulk of precipitation ending before sunrise tomorrow morning. So additionally, 30 to 40 miles per hour winds are possible overnight going into Monday morning. And in getting ready for this kind of weather, Mayor Bowser confirmed the full deployment of the district snow team on Sunday today, and the plows started treating major roadways with salt at 12 o'clock this afternoon. And the temperatures will drop. As the temperatures go down, ice is going to form because of that. That's going to impact the roadways, which is why we are showing you these live looks outside, just so you know that this is what you can expect when you get on the roadways. So the full deployment of the district snow team and the major roadways are being treated. They started treating them at 12 o'clock. Of course, during this time, please, pedestrians, motorists, people that are on your bikes, please limit time outside. Proceed with caution. These are all common sense things, but we're going to keep saying them just so people remember these and really internalize what we're saying here when you're traveling on the roads and the walkways. And residents, you are encouraged, please stay careful, vigilant, and help your neighbors who are homeless in need of shelter by calling a shelter hotline for them. You can also request free accessible transportation for yourself or someone else, and you can call the shelter hotline as well at 202-399-7093, or just dial 311 for that. You can always dial 311 if there's an immediate emergency. 911. We want to make you aware of the cold weather and shelters. A cold alert is in effect until 7 p.m. tonight. An extreme cold alert will be in effect from 7 p.m. tonight until 7 a.m. tomorrow. Overnight temperatures are going to feel like 20 degrees or colder, and wind gusts over 30 miles per hour are possible. The district opens hypothermia shelters to ensure there are warm, safe places to be for anyone experiencing homelessness. And there is a full list of shelters and other information about hypothermia season on cold.dc.gov. Cold alerts and extreme cold alerts are shared through Alert DC, the district's emergency public notification systems, and you can sign up for free for emails and texts at alert.dc.gov. And some other tips for you guys: please stay inside if you can. Cover up and limit exposed skin when you go outside. If you have to go to work or see somebody, check on your neighbors. Learn the signs of hypothermia. That's important, especially in the little kids and seniors and those with access and functional needs who are the most vulnerable in our community. And think about your pets as well. For all animal emergencies, including pets that are left outside in these extremely frigid cold temperatures, please call the Brandywine Valley SPCA at 202-888-PETS. Again, that's 202-888-PETS. There's also low barrier shelters that you guys should be aware of, as I'm pulling up this radar for you again, that you're going to see in our 6 o'clock newscast, where Regina, Eureka, and David Kaplan are going to be live with their reports. So Regina is going to be in Waldorf, and David Kaplan will be in Loudoun County. And getting back to these low barrier shelters for women, Harriet Tubman, that's a low barrier shelter. They're open 24/7 year round. Harriet Tubman is on 1910 Massachusetts Avenue. Pat Handy is on 810 5th Street Northwest. St. Josephine Bakita, 6010 Georgia Avenue Northwest. And for men, we want to speak about the low barrier shelters for men on 801 East, 2722 Martin L. King Jr. Avenue Southeast, Adams Place, 2210 Adams Place Northeast, Emory, 1725 Lincoln Road Northeast, and New York Avenue as well, 1355 New York Avenue, for the LGBTQ plus community living life alternative at 450th Street Southeast. Hypothermia shelters. The following hypothermia shelters are open around the clock through Tuesday, February 24th at 7 a.m. Hypothermia shelters for women. Eve's Place at 2210 Adams Place Northeast, Harbor Light, 2100 New York Avenue, NE. And for men, 801 East Day Center, 2722 Martin L. King Jr. Avenue Southeast, Blair Hypothermia, 635 I Street Northeast, Emory Hypothermia, 1725 Lincoln Road Northeast, Federal City 1 North, 425 2nd Street Northwest, Naylor Road, 2601 Naylor Road Southeast. Let's take a look outside again and just keep reminding you of how slick and slushy the roads have become. You can see that slush on the roadways now, and the snow is starting to stick, folks. Now it has transitioned from the rain to the snow here. So the district snow team deployment consisting of around 200 heavy and light plows. So those heavy plows are 6 and 10 wheeled dump trucks. They treat highways, streets, bridges, ramps, and other elevated structures. And light plows, pickup trucks, treat smaller streets there. So make sure you're aware of that. Residential and commercial property owners, you are encouraged to spread salt, pet-friendly dicer or non-clumping kitty litter on the sidewalks before it comes down and begins to reduce the possibility of icing. We want to prevent those slips and falls. We don't want anybody to get injured. The Department of General Services has started deploying their snow team to pre-treat all DC government properties, including those walkways, the driveways, and entryways at police stations, firehouses, DHS shelters, senior wellness centers, DC public school buildings, and Department of Parks and Recreation sites, while continuing to monitor the forecast. And based on the performance of the storm, DGS is getting ready to move into removal, cleanup, and post-treatment operations. And you can find all of this on DGS Snow and Ice Operations FAQs. Now, the DPW leads the district snow team with support from DDOT, DGS, HSEMA, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, and several other agencies here. We want to talk about property owners, residential property owners who are not enrolled in the sidewalk shoveling exemption program. You are required to clear snow and ice from the sidewalks within the first 8 hours of daylight following the end of a snow event. Following snowstorms that deliver large amounts of accumulation, this DC volunteer snow team deploys to clear sidewalks for senior residents and those with access and functional needs. So you are encouraged, residents, to volunteer and register for the DC Volunteer Snow Team. It's a great way to help your community members out. We want to talk about commercial property owners being required to clear snow. Let's make you guys aware of that. You are required to clear snow and ice from sidewalks within the first 8 hours of daylight following the end of a snow event. DPW recommends that restaurant owners bring in all furniture and other elements within outdoor dining areas except for barriers. Failure to do so is going to result in damage to the furniture and other materials as well. Let's take a look again at that radar that you will see in our 6 o'clock newscast. Residents and commuters, you are being encouraged to register for important alerts on weather from the district by signing up for Alert DC at alert.dc.gov. For preparedness tips and additional details on the district's snow response, please go to Snow Season FAQ Guide. Winter weather safety tips for you right now as we're closing off Fox 5 Weekend Live. Please find your shovel and make sure it's okay to use for this season. Check your supplies, rock salt, non-clumping kitty litter, and get more if you need it. And please avoid driving during the worst part of the storm. If possible, only travel during daylight hours. So right now is not a good time. Do not travel alone and stay on the main roads instead of taking shortcuts. Have enough over-the-counter and prescription medications for your family and your pets, and make sure your gutters are cleared of leaves. Call 311 to report clogged storm drains, catch basins, and other non-emergency hazards or damage. Keep your car's fluid tanks, gas, water, antifreeze, and windshield wiper full. Have a flashlight, blankets, and scrapers in your car before a storm starts. Please install a battery-operated or battery backup CO detector in your home and or replace the batteries in existing devices. Do not use a gas oven, generator, charcoal grill, camp stove, or other gasoline burning devices inside your home, basement, or garage. So avoid those frozen pipes by allowing a small trickle of water to run through the pipes. And again, you're going to get an extended look at this forecast coming up at 6 o'clock in our linear newscast with meteorologist Gwen Talbert. Another live look at the roadways as we are ending our coverage here on Fox 5 Weekend Live on your Fox Local app, where you get the latest on your top stories and winter weather like we're having today. Regina Ureta is going to be live in Waldorf where the snowflakes are coming down, and David Kaplan is going to be live in Loudoun County in our 6 o'clock newscast. Keep it locked right here. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked on Fox 5 DC, on Fox Local. Please be careful out there. Have a great night.
Tonight at 6, the winter storm is moving into the DMV. Many areas right now already seeing some snow. We've got team coverage for you this evening. Earlier today, Governor Westmore declaring a state of emergency in Maryland, getting ready for the storm. You're taking a live look outside at the current conditions now. The storm we're tracking comes nearly a month after the last winter wallop, which brought significant snow to the region. Many residents were left trapped in their homes and left without a car for over a week. Many crews are on the road now treating the roadways. These are some out in Montgomery County earlier today. The same work happening across the district and Virginia. Tonight, we have it all covered for you with live team coverage. David Kaplan out on the road in Virginia, Regina Ureta in Maryland monitoring the conditions out on the roads and in your neighborhood. But let's begin with Fox 5 weather team Mike Thomas leading us off tonight.
All right, Katie, so what a storm this is going to be. In fact, this is going to be one of the record-breaking storms that we'll talk about for years to come, at least for folks off to the east, across portions of Delaware, New Jersey, and into southern New England. Here in D.C., we're getting the southern edge of it. Most of it today has so far been rain. Just within the last few hours here around the district, we've started to make that change over from rain to snow, something that should continue if you haven't gotten there yet. And it's kind of from this point up through about the midnight hour that we're going to do the bulk of the accumulations here in the D.C. region. So taking a look here at looping radar, showing you that transition, wave of low pressure developing right off the coastline here. As it intensifies, it is starting to pull down some colder air from the north, where they have been snowing for a little bit longer today than we have been. So going in here, Storm Tracker Radar, we've been watching temperatures rather closely because a lot of us have been getting stuff falling from the sky. At times, it's even changed the snow, but it hasn't really stuck around that much as temperatures at the surface have generally remained above freezing, but you can see we're getting closer. D.C. down to 34 degrees. Gaithersburg's hit the freezing mark, and there is a stripe right here across western portions of Fairfax County and Montgomery County of some pretty heavy snow right now that's likely piling up pretty quickly. So make sure, tweet us, send us your photos, send us your videos. We would love to see what you're seeing out there and help us get you through this storm this evening. Gwen's tracking the latest on these numbers and what we expect tonight. Hey, Gwen.
Mike, yes, and as Mike mentioned, those temperatures, this is definitely a temperature-driven forecast for sure. There's no question about it, and we need those temperatures to get below freezing on the surface, as he mentioned, for that snow to accumulate, and it is going to happen. Currently 34 degrees, but look at the feel like. We've even got a wind chill out there. Feels like it's only 25 degrees, but visibility already greatly impacted. Only a 1.5 mile visibility right now at Quantico, 4 in the city, 1 3/4 miles of visibility visibility for Annapolis, 3/4 of a mile only at Dulles, 1.5 at Frederick, and 1 at Hagerstown. So hopefully you don't have to go out, but if you do, slow your roll. Here's a look at those temperatures. Only 33 now at Hagerstown, the same at Dulles and Manassas, 33 at Quantico, 36 at Culpeper, and lows tonight dipping down as well to freezing and below, 31 at Manassas, 32 at Quantico, Hagerstown, Frederick, Martinsburg, Dulles, all at 30 degrees. Now, here's a look at that planner, and you can see that precipitation lasting straight through into the early hours of your Monday, and we're going to have some gusty winds as well, but we have winter alerts, winter weather advisory for the area shaded here in this purplish blue as well, 2 to 4 inches plus expected. Winter storm warning for the area shaded in the pink includes Anne Arundel up toward the Baltimore corridor. Blizzard warning out to the east for Delmarva and areas along the coastal region there as well. Now, we have been talking about how much snow. Fox 5 weather team still sticking with that 3 to 6 inches down that I-95 corridor. We'll see how it all pans out. Katie?
Thanks, Gwen. Meantime, school districts already starting to announce changes for students tomorrow. As of now, Fairfax, Montgomery, Prince William, and Arlington County all announcing they will start on a 2-hour delay. We'll have the full list of closures on fox5dc.com. Meantime, in Virginia, over in Loudoun County, they have not made a decision yet about school tomorrow, but the snow's already starting to stick with plows out on the roads. That's where we find Fox 5's David Kaplan live on the roads in Leesburg. Hey, David.
Katie Barlow, good evening to you. We are here on Route 7 heading towards the District of Columbia as we speak right now. Now, if you've been watching us on Fox Local here for the last little bit, I can tell you this is something we don't see every day. We've got the yellow light listed. There's an officer directing traffic, and we are going through here. So not sure exactly what that's about. We're driving safely, but just gives you a sense that conditions on the roads right now are deteriorating for the most part, and that's what we really want to give you this firsthand perspective of at this hour. What I was mentioning is that we've been on Fox Local for the better part of the last 3 hours, and it really did start as rain for that first live shot we gave you at 3:15. There was the changeover between rain and snow, but it did not stick in the 5 o'clock and the 4 and 5 o'clock hits. Now, as we sit here right now on Route 7 at 6 o'clock, you can see that there is some slush that is starting to accumulate on the roads, on major thoroughfares like Route 7. But if you look over to the right side of your screen, you can see that the snow really is starting to accumulate on grassy surfaces and on trees as well. That is part of the reason that we are definitely already starting to hear delays from some of the largest school districts in Northern Virginia. Prince William County, 2-hour delay. Arlington County, 2-hour delay. Fairfax County, 2-hour delay thus far. Again, not closures announced right now for those districts in Northern Virginia. You just heard Gwen talk about it. The fact that this temperature is going to hover at or around freezing does give road crews the sense that if it's a little warmer, it's not like the last storm 3 weeks ago. They should be able to try overnight and clear most of this snow because the temperatures will allow them to do that. So again, just one more picture right here. As you can see, there is some snow that is just recently starting to accumulate here on Route 7. We can expect those conditions to continue worsening throughout the night. If you can get home, do get home. And the other big point, if anybody in your life is traveling up Interstate 95 or south on Interstate 95 at any point in the next day or two, even north of the DMV, warn them that there are some travel warnings northeast of us and to be mindful of that and safe as this snowstorm continues to barrel up the East Coast. Guys.
Now from Virginia to Maryland, where parts of the state could see the most snow in our area from this storm. Tonight, St. Mary's and Charles County just announcing school will be closed for students tomorrow. Fox 5's Regina Ureta continues our team coverage live from Waldorf tonight. Regina, how are things looking out there?
Yeah, well, we've been standing here for the past 10 to 15 minutes. You can see my hair is soaked and we're covered in those snowflakes. But come over here towards this area. So this is actually Crane Highway. You can kind of see the cars that are actually passing towards this area. Visibility here has been very low for the past few hours. So it's good to know that the majority of drivers here, they have those headlights on. And right now, as that daylight is starting to decrease, it is important that you are driving with caution. But I think what's pretty really crazy to see is just really how this snow here is sticking. So you can kind of see the blanket of snow here that's been covered, the grass covered by this blanket of snow. That's all fresh powder. And then we start to see some cars who are here also in the shopping center. This is Waldorf Park. Some cars that are also being covered in that snow. So we've been kind of seeing just that fresh layer of white snow on sidewalks, and they've been turning slushy. Cars driving by with headlights cutting through this gray snow-filled area. Even the trees in the distance, you can kind of see how that's also changed within the past couple of hours here in Waldorf. Just for some reference, we didn't start here. We actually started in Annapolis, started heading south here, and then in Annapolis, we started to see a very different picture. It's nothing like what we were seeing here. We were seeing more of a steady rain, areas that were pretty wet and slick, and some ponding in certain areas. And we were tracking the snow, so we started heading towards Waldorf here, and that's when we noticed how different the scenario is. Again, just kind of showing you how the snow has been kind of sticking here in certain areas, covering certain sidewalks, the grass area. I want to just kind of tell you, as of anybody who's been driving out here, you want to slow down. It took us quite a while to get here. It's already pretty far, but it took us a while just because of the visibility. And there are areas where it is a little slick, it is slippery. So you don't want to be speeding in these types of conditions. And then just being out here, it is pretty miserable, I gotta tell you. We're dealing with 36 degrees, and then the wind is also making it even more unbearable because you're feeling those cold temperatures. And so that's something that you really want to take into consideration. If you don't have to be out here, probably best to stay in. We're kind of showing you what not to do, obviously, showing you the conditions out here. That is part of our job. But if you can stay inside and just enjoy your Sunday in a nice warm setting, I'd prefer you do that. I'll send it back to you.
The district snow team has started treating major roadways. Officials say they have 200 pieces of equipment on the roads, making sure they're ready for whatever snowfall accumulates. While people may be concerned about the cleanup after last month's storm, Assistant City Administrator Christopher Rodriguez says this time around is different.
It's not going to be the hard, sort of compact snow plus ice that we saw a couple weeks ago, and certainly not at the levels of accumulations that we saw with Snowcrete. With this event, again, a slushy snow that's going to occur overnight, and we believe that with the salt treatment that we put on the roads will be ready for that type of precipitation. If the snow overperforms, we already have equipment and contracts ready to bring in additional resources if it's necessary.
Right now, officials urging you to start salting the walkways around your home. Help your elderly neighbors with theirs as well. And if you see people outside, there's shelter space available. You can always dial 311. Delays and cancellations building right now across our regional airports. A live look from Reagan National, where there are roughly 286 cancellations, more than 100 delays. At Dulles, 73 cancellations so far tonight, roughly the same amount in delays. And at BWI, 250 cancellations and 90 delays. If you have a flight tomorrow or tonight, check with your airline before heading out.
This is likely to be the worst storm that we have seen since 1996.
We expect to see whiteout conditions, near zero visibility. There will be a strong likelihood of power outages and downed trees.
New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade.
I ask you to stay off the roads, particularly when the snow begins, so that the plows can get out there, clear the roads, and get you back moving as quickly as possible.
Governors in northern states warning residents to take the storm seriously. States of emergency issued for New York, New Jersey, now expanded to Connecticut, Delaware, and Massachusetts. We've got more winter weather coverage to come. We'll check in with D.C. Public Works on how they're gearing up for the snow after this. We're continuing our winter weather coverage tonight. You're taking a live look outside our Fox 5 Skycam in Frederick. Our Gwen Talbert is back now to tell us what we're seeing. Hey, Gwen.
Hi there. Pretty busy night tonight. Already some of you are seeing some of the snow. Many of you are still seeing some of that wintry mix, and some even just still some of the rain. But that's all going to become snow before it's all said and done. Snow tonight into Monday morning. We're also going to be dealing with gusty winds. They're going to kick in tonight and Monday, some in excess of 35 or 40 miles per hour, very strong winds. And then the week is going to start cold but end very mild on our 7-day forecast, so just the opposite. So here's a look at satellite radar composite. You can see this system that's moved its way up, and we are really socked in here in terms of this moisture, no question about it. And once we get to a point where those temperatures are cold enough, all of this is going to become snow. And I'll show you on one of our models just what that timing looks like right now. But pretty much everywhere, somebody is seeing something. So not any of you are in the clear whatsoever. And with all of this, there is definitely reduced visibility out there. So if you have to go out, slow your roll, please. Look at this. Only 3/4 of a mile visibility for Baltimore and Gaithersburg. We've got 1.5 miles at Frederick visibility, 2.5 at Hagerstown, 1.5 at Quantico, 2 at Annapolis, and only 3/4 of a mile for Leonardtown. So those conditions are not very conducive to being out there and driving at all. 32 degrees our overnight low tonight. Snow will be moderate to heavy in the overnight hours with those gusty cold winds that are going to be moving in, I want to say. So here's a European model, and you can see at 9 o'clock tonight, all of this has changed into snow, sticks around through the hours of tomorrow morning early, and then as we get to about 11 in the morning, it's out of here with just some residual moisture with some showers down to the south and a little bit going on to the north. Over the higher elevations, that snow will be a little bit longer. Now, this particular model wants to give us 2.6 in the city, 3.4 at Gaithersburg, 3.4 to the south at Waldorf. But overall, generally, Fox 5 weather team is calling for 3 to 6 inches along that I-95 corridor, more toward our east and a little bit less down to our south. We still have winter weather advisory in effect. The area shaded here in the purple. Winter storm warning to the north, and that does include Anne Arundel County, Baltimore to the north, and then blizzard warnings over for Delmarva. That also is extending up toward the coastal area. So all of these are very important to pay attention to because it shows the severity of what this storm is going to do. Here's a look at those winds gusting as we get into tonight, up to 39 miles per hour and up to 40 miles an hour or more as we get into tomorrow. Quick look at the 7-day forecast. There's the warm-up that's coming your way. Back to you, Katie.
Thanks, Gwen. The district snow team has been out since noon today, working to treat the roads ahead of this snow. And now that precipitation is coming down, we want to bring in D.C. Public Works Interim Director Anthony Crispino. Anthony, thank you for joining us. We know it's a busy night. What do you need from folks? What's the top priority in the next hour or two as your crews continue their work out on the roads?
So we're out on the roads now. We've got the crews out salting. Just if folks have to be out and about in this kind of weather, just keep your speed down and make sure that you give the heavy equipment room to work.
How long are you expecting to be out there? Is this an all-night job?
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, we came in at noon. This shift will go till midnight, and then the next shift will pick up there and run another 12 hours. Depending on how the storm performs, we'll decide whether or not we need an additional shift.
This was one of the more difficult storms, I think, for our meteorologists here at Fox 5, just because of the lines of where the storm may be more intense. Are you seeing anything out on the roads that's giving you a sense of which areas may be hit more than others?
So I've been out and about tonight, and in the area I'm at off of New Jersey Avenue, we're still getting the wintry mix and nothing's sticking. But when I was a little bit further north, we're starting to see stuff stick on the grass. But I haven't seen anything stick on the road. That said, we're out there salting, and we're gonna keep at it.
We've seen more warm temperatures in the past few days than we did leading up to the previous snowstorm. Does that bode well potentially for a thaw tomorrow, or for things perhaps not to even be as bad this evening? I want to caution folks to stay off the roads, but maybe there's room for some hope and optimism there.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps with the ground temperatures. It also helps with the rock salt that we use, with the temperature staying up. to the night. And then based on the forecast we're getting from the National Weather Service, we're hoping that we'll get continued melt through the day tomorrow, and then we'll be prepared for any refreeze that might come tomorrow night.
Great. Thank you, Anthony, for joining us. Any final words for folks as they're tuning in tonight and hopefully staying off the roads?
I think you nailed it. If folks can stay off the road, that'd be great. Keep it to essential travel till tomorrow, and let the crews get it done so that your roadways are clear in the morning.
All right, Anthony, good luck to you and your team. Stay safe out there. Thanks for your work this evening.
Thank you.
A Montgomery County family mourning the loss of their pets after a house fire this afternoon. Officials say fire crews responded to Lockwood Drive around 1:30 and found flames from a terrace-level bedroom. Officials say no one was hurt, but 3 dogs and a cat inside the home did not survive. The cause of the fire is under investigation. Coming up, we'll bring you more of the latest weather conditions and what officials are saying after an armed man was found and killed near Mar-a-Lago. An investigation underway this evening after law enforcement officers fatally shot an armed man at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Authorities say around 1:30 this morning, 21-year-old Austin Martin illegally entered the secure perimeter carrying a shotgun and a fuel can.
He was ordered to drop those 2 pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the 2 Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat.
The president and first lady were at the White House at the time of the incident. Officials are working to learn more about the suspect and his motive. Tonight, new reaction as FEMA sets up to help clean up efforts in the Potomac. President Trump approved a federal emergency declaration for D.C. yesterday. This declaration comes after D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser requested federal assistance while no new spills have occurred since February 8th. During Fox 5's On the Hill, the president of Potomac River Keeper Network told Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald that she's concerned about the river's water quality, wildlife, and public health.
What do we know about the river water right now?
Yes, the river water is not safe in the area around the spill, and we're continuing to test consistently at least once a week, but sometimes twice a week. Like this week, there was rain, and of course, the bacteria spiked after the rain.
This week, D.C. Water is set to hold 2 community meetings about the disaster. They will take place in D.C. on Wednesday and in Maryland on Thursday to address public concerns and their questions. Coming up in the next half hour, our Gwen Talbert joins us again with a check on the current forecast and more on how Maryland Department of Transportation is working to keep drivers safe during the storm. Welcome back in. You're taking a live look from our Fox 5 Skycam in Reston tonight, where students there will now be out of school tomorrow. Fairfax County making the announcement just moments ago. They had said schools would be open on a delay, but now they say schools will be closed. With more on how conditions will change throughout the evening, we're going to get right over to Mike Thomas. Mike, what are the priorities for folks as this storm ramps up in the next couple of hours?
Priorities: get inside, stay inside, and watch Fox 5 through the evening here. Again, we want folks to be as safe as they possibly can, and that means staying away from roads, let the crews do their work, and have things much smoother by the time we get to probably tomorrow afternoon. This will be a quicker cleanup than the January case because temperatures won't get nearly as cold after this storm goes by. Starting to intensify a lot here just within the last hour or two, and that's going to continue and really hammer folks on the eastern shore through New Jersey and up through southern New England. Right now, D.C. starting to ramp up. We probably have about 3-4 hours to do most of our accumulation here in town before things start to go away from from us enough that accumulations will start to wind down. In fact, if you're west of town out in this area, I do think that the bulk of what you've gotten already, if you've gotten anything on the ground, probably done with the major accumulations. As the storm ramps up, it's going to grab that moisture and push it off to the north and to the east. But you do see some steady snow across parts of the D.C. area, Maryland and Northern Virginia, including Fairfax County, where they just announced those school closures. This is our heavy snow tracker. So what I'm looking at is where are the heaviest bands setting up. And we have been keying in on this feature for the better part of the forecast period to see where it would set up. Right now, it is over Fairfax, kind of the city of Fairfax, and up through Montgomery County. I will say some of the modeling does take this heavy band and shift it towards D.C. over the next hour or two. So we will have a chance to do a significant amount of accumulation in a small amount of time. These bands you see off to the east across the eastern shore, they're mostly going to stay there. Occasionally they may get far enough to the west to perhaps impact parts of Anne Arundel, Calvert, and St. Mary's County. But we think the real heavy stuff with this storm is going to continue to stay off to our east as the storm starts to kind of rotate away. You can kind of see trying to push west, but then getting pulled back to the north and east as the storm itself starts to lift up and away. Let's go through some snowfall reports for you. And all those little blips you see on your screen, those are areas where we have had recent reports of snow on the ground. We'll start you off to the north near Hagerstown. Funkstown, great name, love it. 2 inches of snow reported on the ground as of 5:30 this evening. Taking you a little bit farther down to the south, closer into Montgomery, Fairfax County. A few reports for you. Poolsville as of 5:30, closing in on 1 inch. Now we're almost an hour after that, so I bet you they have more than that on the ground right now. Herndon, about 6 o'clock, 1.5 inches. And you can see at 5:13, so 45 minutes prior, they only had 0.3 inches of snow on the ground. They jumped up to 1.5 inches in about 45 minutes. So it gives you an idea of how fast this can really start to pile up once it does come down at a steady clip. We expect some of our higher totals to be east of town with this system. Prince Frederick, as of 5:30, had 1 inch of snow. Clements down in St. Mary's County at 0.5 inch of snow. And we, again, expect some of those totals to continue to ramp up. Latest high-resolution futurecast showing those heavy bands continuing right through the 8 o'clock hour. We head towards 9, 10 o'clock. It starts wrapping up a little bit in terms of the intensity, but we're still accumulating snow right through 10, 11 o'clock, midnight. As we head into those overnight hours, that is where things really start to thin out. We will be left with snow showers and flurries through even much of the day tomorrow. But as far as the bulk of the accumulations, we got about until midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning here in D.C. and areas east. Western zones, I think you wrap up even faster. So again, those areas out to the west, I think kind of what you see is what you get at this point. Futurecast, how much more snow from this point forward? About 2 more inches D.C. Gaithersburg, maybe 3. Frederick, maybe 3 more. And 3 or more as you head off to the east. We'll continue to track it with you. Katie?
Thanks, Mike. A state of preparedness underway in Maryland as the snow continues to fall throughout the evening. Crews will be working to treat and clear the roadways. Shantae Felix, MDOT's Media Relations Manager, joining us now to tell us about those efforts this evening. Shantae, how long have crews been out there so far this evening? How are things looking?
Yes, our crews have been quite busy. Depending on the area of the state, a lot of them have been added since last night, since this morning. We're in emergency operations mode, and we'll continue to work this storm throughout, so overnight even.
Is there some hope that the roads may be in better conditions given some of the temperatures leading up to today and later this week?
Yes, this one was different in that it was warmer and it started out as rain. When it starts out as rain, we can't pre-treat because the rain would wash away the brine. So this one, it was rain and it changed into snow. So there was a lot of monitoring the roads and make sure everything is okay. And now that the snow is falling in a lot of the states, we're out there applying our materials.
Are you seeing if the snow is sticking in certain areas more than others?
Yes, in certain areas. Again, we're getting hourly reports from different ends of the state, and it's just so interesting to see the diversity of our state. For this one, we expect the Eastern Shore to have more blizzard-like conditions than the last time. But again, we're still monitoring, still responding to it.
Yeah, how are those roads out on the Eastern Shore looking? According to our meteorologists and some of the maps, it could be a stark difference whether you're on this side of the bridge or the other side.
Exactly. And that's what's the benefit of our emergency operations mode. They send reports to each other about any conditions that they may have. And we continue to even though we've been encouraging the public to stay home, we know people need to go out, but we have a lot of resources online that we tell people to go to. One of those is md511.maryland.gov, and that gives real-time information about any crashes or any incidents that may delay travel on specified routes.
How long do you need folks off the roads? Are these efforts going to continue throughout the day tomorrow? Is it going to wrap up later this evening after the heavy snow is done?
You know, we would like people to stay off the roads as long as things are falling out of the sky, as long as we are working it. But we know that is not reality for a lot of people. So people who do have to go out this evening or even tomorrow, especially tomorrow, if you do have to go out, please clear your car completely from any snow or ice because you could be a hazard on the roadway otherwise. We also want you to drive slower than you ordinarily will because posted speed limits are for ideal weather conditions. And you're likely to see our equipment on the road, so leave like maybe 3 or 4 car lengths between our equipment and your vehicle.
Good advice for everyone. Anything else that folks watching should know as they hopefully stay inside watching Fox 5 for the rest of the evening?
Another good resource online, roads.maryland.gov. If you click on storm, you can check our equipment near where you live and see when the roads have been treated.
All right, Shantae Felix with MDOT, thank you so much for taking the time this evening. Hope your crew stays safe out there. On the agenda this week, a public hearing is set for this Tuesday on Arlington County's proposed operating budget. The recommended $1.69 billion budget is smaller than the previous fiscal year. The county is looking to cut $10.6 million in funding. Tomorrow, the House is set to vote on a safety bill tied to last year's deadly crash near Reagan National Airport. The Rotor Act stands for Rotorcraft Operations Transparency and Oversight Reform. The bill calls for expanded use of automatic dependent surveillance broadcast technology. Families of the 67 victims of the DCA crash urged the House to follow the Senate's vote. They passed unanimously last December. Also happening tomorrow, Prince George's County Council Walla Blagay is hosting the second installment of her State of the Power series. The series focuses on Maryland's growing energy crisis. The community discussion will run from 6 to 8 tomorrow night at the Southern Area Aquatics and Recreation Complex in Brandywine. The event will address rising electricity costs and reliability concerns. Just ahead, the European Union responds to the Supreme Court's ruling over Trump's sweeping tariffs, what they're asking of the U.S. now. Plus, Virginia's Senate Majority Leader speaks on the plan to redraw congressional districts. That's all coming up. Some other top stories we're following tonight. J.P. Morgan Chase now acknowledges it closed accounts belonging to Donald Trump and several of his businesses after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The admission came in a court filing tied to Trump's $5 billion lawsuit against the bank and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, alleging the closures were politically motivated. The bank had never before confirmed the action in writing, previously citing privacy laws. The European Union says it expects the U.S. to fulfill all trading commitments after the Supreme Court struck down President Trump's sweeping tariffs. Today, the Commission requesting full clarity, saying the current situation is not good for transatlantic trade. Following the court's decision, Trump announced a 10% global tariff expected to take effect Tuesday. Then yesterday on social media says he wants to bump it up to 15%. He has not yet taken executive action on the increase. Democratic lawmakers in the Commonwealth are moving ahead with a plan to redraw congressional districts before the 2026 midterms. Governor Abigail Spanberger signed the bill into law Friday, allowing for a statewide referendum. While a judge upheld Republican court challenges, State Senate Majority Leader Scott Surrevell tells Fox 5's On the Hill that he's confident Virginia's state Supreme Court will okay the new map.
At the end of the day, voters get to decide whether we do this or not. We put out the maps so that the voters could see the maps. They knew exactly what they're voting on. But you know, there'll probably be more litigation, too. There's a case in Tazewell. There's one case in Tazewell, one in Richmond. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody files something in federal court to try to get the U.S. Supreme Court involved.
The referendum will happen on April 21st. Under the plan, Democrats could pick up 4 more U.S. House seats. The rain didn't stop this parade. Coming up, we'll take you to the Lunar New Year parade in the district. Also, steps Maryland lawmakers are taking to ensure better road safety after the snow comes down. But first, here's Gwen.
Well, that snow is coming down, Katie, and will continue all night long across our area right into your Monday. I'm going to have the details on the timing and what you can expect in terms of totals right after the break. Stay with us.
We're taking a live look outside our Fox 5 sky cam in the stacks this evening. We're going to take another check with our forecast. Gwen Talbert joining us again to tell us what the rest of the evening looks like and maybe a warm up on the horizon.
Yeah, warm up in the 7-day forecast. But in the meantime, it's snow tonight right into tomorrow, Katie. Widespread snowfall, and it'll be moderate to heavy. We're also talking gusty winds are going to kick in tonight and Monday. And there you have it. We're going to see the week ending very much on a mild note. But let's take a look at this satellite radar composite. And you can see the spin of this system as it continues to move its way through across the area. And just about everybody is seeing something right now, whether it be rain, a little bit of mix, or the snow. But this is a temperature-driven forecast. So when those temperatures get to the point below freezing or below on the surface, we're going to see everything become snow. And right now you can see just how that is all shaping up. As we take a look at visibility, definitely impacted right now. Only 3/4 of a mile in Baltimore because of the storm system, 2.5 at Stevensville, 3/4 for Leonardtown, and only 1.5 mile at Frederick this hour, 3/4 mile visibility only at Dulles, certainly impacting flights, I'm sure. So call ahead if you're going out. So here we have 9:30 tonight. This European model, you can see the widespread snowfall, darker the blue, heavier the snowfall coming through, and it just makes it hang all the way through all night until we get into Monday, early morning hours of Monday before it starts to kind of make its exit, but still some lingering snow showers are very possible even into the afternoon hours. Out to the west, the higher elevations, still seeing some of that snow. So prepare yourselves accordingly. This particular model gives us 2.6 for Washington, 1.5 for Manassas, 2.7 for Frederick, and 2.7 at Annapolis. But the Fox 5 weather team, we're looking at all of this, and we say down that I-95 corridor overall, we're going to be in the 3 to 6 inch range. Over to areas of our west, 6 inches plus, and then down to the south, especially to the southwest, 1 to 3 inches, and over the higher elevations, we'll see those amounts even more than that, at least 6 inches or so. We still have weather alerts in place, winter weather advisory, 2 to 4 inches or more. Plus, we've got gusty winds that are kicking in tonight until tomorrow, 35-mile-per-hour winds or greater. Winter storm warning includes Anne Arundel up through the Baltimore area to the north, Loudoun County, and then blizzard warnings out to our east towards the Delmarva area. Here's your planner. Take a look. You can see the wind alerts that are there. That's because, as I said, those winds are going to get very strong. 39-mile-per-hour wind gusts tonight at 9:30 for Dulles, 22 in the city, 40 at Manassas, 46 at Culpeper. So this is a pretty good indication of how those winds are going to be this way right through tonight until you get into Monday as well. So expect that. Quick look at the 7-day forecast. There's the warm-up coming your way, but we are talking some big changes. So for Monday, still the snow, gusty winds. Things are clearing out nicely for you Tuesday, but it's a cold day. Warmer air kicks in on hump day for you with some sunshine. Then we're back to another system on Thursday. Looks like some rainfall, but 54 degrees isn't too bad. But then we warm up even more by the end of the week as we flirt with 60 degrees by the time we get to Sunday under plenty of sunshine and some pretty nice conditions there. The thing I want to tell you about tonight and tomorrow, just remember bridges and overpasses, definitely going to be some slick spots. We could get a refreeze as we get into Monday night into Tuesday morning. So keep that in mind. This is a very heavy, wet snow. It's going to be really kind of difficult and kind of strenuous on you to do any shoveling. The last time we had the white, fluffy snow, but then the sleet coated it, and we ended up with an ice situation. This snow is quite different because it's so moisture-laden, so it is going to be heavy when you start shoveling it. But shoveling it, you'll have to do. Katie?
Thanks, Gwen. With one snowstorm behind us and another already here, Maryland lawmakers are considering a bill to require drivers to clear snow and ice off of their cars. Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal with the details in Rockville from this week.
People may not realize that right now there is no Maryland law requiring people to clear snow and ice off the top of their cars. Soon, though, that may change. And one delegate says it really may save lives.
But most of all, we do not want to have a death. To name this law after someone as a result of our not being proactive in thinking about public safety.
That's Delegate Edith Patterson, who's sponsoring what's being called the Clear Before You Drive Act. And she's not just throwing out hypotheticals. In an interview today, she referenced Christine's Law out of Pennsylvania, which was named after a woman who was killed after a piece of ice fell off a truck and crashed through her windshield. The Maryland legislation would make it illegal to drive without making reasonable efforts to remove snow and ice off your car. A violation would be a misdemeanor, and drivers may also face fines, which would be different for non-commercial and commercial vehicles and would increase for repeat offenses. So, for example, a non-commercial vehicle's first offense would trigger a $25 fine, whereas a fourth offense would cost you $200. Also, this is important, police would not be able to pull you over just because of snow or ice on top of your car. Instead, you could get hit with this as a secondary offense, or if the snow or ice flies off your car and causes an accident that results in property damage or somebody getting hurt. We have already covered this issue just this winter. Here's a Northern Virginia driver who had falling ice crack his windshield a few weeks ago.
I'm very, very thankful that we're both alive and safe, and that this is something that should have and could have easily been prevented.
Delegate Patterson is confident that this legislation will pass this legislative session. Interestingly, she introduced unsuccessfully something similar about a decade ago, but she told me today, timing is everything. Guys.
As the snow continues to fall, you can get the latest on this weekend's forecast and weather information anytime if you download the Fox Local app. Scan the QR code on your screen now to get started. Multiple large-scale illegal car rallies were shut down overnight across the region. The Maryland Car Rally Task Force and partner agencies launched a coordinated operation from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., preventing gatherings in Prince George's, Anne Arundel, Montgomery, and Howard counties. Officials say a strong police presence stopped crowds of up to 300 people from engaging in exhibition driving, disorderly behavior, and roadway shutdowns. March Madness is just around the corner, and state officials in Maryland are looking to block a popular trend in sports wagering. We're talking about predictive markets. Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald has more on what the state is asking of licensed sports betting companies to avoid penalties.
This has been an ongoing struggle over the last couple of weeks. Maryland Lottery has been firing off letters to its licensed sports gambling companies, warning them that if they enter these increasingly popular prediction markets in states that don't allow sports gambling, well, then those companies in Maryland could be at risk of losing their state gambling licenses for sports. Now, prediction market companies describe themselves as financial markets for real-life events. But instead of trading on commodities like, corn, wheat, crude oil, or gold, they actually allow people to make, quote-unquote, investments on real-life events. Things like awards, elections, and yes, increasingly now, sporting events. John Holden is a professor of business law out at Indiana University.
There's a growing number of states, not just Maryland, who have filed lawsuits or being sued by prediction markets because there is right now a regulatory logjam over who has jurisdiction to regulate prediction markets.
And this is an ongoing fight right now. The Maryland Lottery, which is the regulator of gambling in the state of Maryland, sent a cease and desist letter to companies like Cashly, Crypto.com, and Robinhood, accusing them of engaging in, quote, illegal activity because they do not hold sports gaming licenses in Maryland. That has now led to a court case where the prediction markets argue they are regulated, they say, by commodities regulators in the federal government, not state governments like Maryland.
Commodities Futures Trading Commission, CFTC, does police this, but not in the same way state regulators do. And that also opens up the thing that I've been following is all these sports betting scandals. How do you police commodity markets, and are they going to cooperate with the leagues?
It's a big question. Fox 5 did reach out to Cashly today for a comment. We didn't hear back. Maryland Lottery says they can't talk about this right now because of the ongoing court case. It's expected arguments in court will begin this May.
Some rain didn't stop people from heading out for today's Lunar New Year parade in the district. The festivities celebrated the Year of the Horse and the year's 4,724 on the lunar calendar. There were a number of lion and dragon performances out there, plus music and marching bands. The grand finale ended on H Street in Northwest. Coming up, a huge win for Team USA to close out the Winter Olympics. More on that monumental moment up next as the Games comes to a close.
Across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States.
Jack Hughes scoring 141 into overtime, leading Team USA to gold. The USA beating Canada 2-1 this afternoon at the Milan Cortina Olympics. It's the first time the U.S. has won the men's title since the Miracle on Ice all the way back in 1980. The team also paid tribute to Johnny Gaudreau, who was working hard to make Team USA. He was hit and killed while riding his bike in New Jersey in 2024. And it's curtain call for the 2026 Winter Olympics. The closing ceremony happening today in Verona, Italy. 1,500 athletes will take part in the final parade, accompanied by Italian music and dance. The ceremony will close the Olympic flames, and Italy will hand off the Olympic flag to the next Winter Olympic host. That's France. Meanwhile, Olympic gold medalist Dominique Dawes is opening a new branch of the Dominique Dawes Academy right where it all started for her in Silver Spring. The school aims to help children build confidence and have fun while perfecting their skills. Dawes says it is a full circle moment for her.
This is definitely a full circle moment. This is our 5th academy, and to open it in my hometown of Silver Spring, Maryland is a surreal experience. I can't believe this. I started the sport when I was 6 years old. I'm now 49 years old, and to know that I'm positively inspiring and empowering thousands of young kids to want to dream big in the sport of gymnastics or even ninja is something that I never would have imagined this many years later.
Dawes says the academy hopes to build happy, healthy, and strong kids, passing on love for the sport. That does it for Fox 5 News at 6, but don't go anywhere because your news at 7 on the Plus continues in just 2 minutes. Until then, you can keep up with the latest over on fox5dc.com and keep that Fox Local app handy. Have a good night.
Last week and you stayed at home alone and lonely. Couldn't find your man, he was chilling with his homies. This week and you going out. If you try to stop you, you going off. Got your hair done and your nails done.
Tonight at 7, the winter storm is here in the DMV. Many areas right now already seeing some snow. Earlier today, Governor Westmore declaring a state of preparedness for Maryland. You're taking a live look outside at the current conditions now. The storm we're tracking comes nearly a month after the last winter wallop, which brought significant snow across the region. Many residents were left trapped in their homes and left without a car for over a week. Many crews are on the road now treating the roadways. These are some roads out in Montgomery County from earlier today. The same work happening across the district and Virginia as well. Meantime, several school closures and delays just coming into the Fox 5 newsroom. Fairfax, Loudoun, Charles, and St. Mary's County will all be closed. Montgomery, Prince William, and Arlington County schools are set to open on a 2-hour delay. A full list is available on our website on fox5dc.com and inside the Fox Local app. Tonight, we have it all covered for you with live team coverage. David Kaplan is in Virginia. Regina Ureta is in Maryland, monitoring the conditions on our roads and in your neighborhood. But let's begin with the Fox 5 weather team. Mike Thomas is leading us off tonight to tell us how much worse things could get and when we can expect the roads to clear. Mike?
So how much worse things can get really depends on where you live. And I will say, so far the totals we've seen, particularly for those out to the west of town, on the lighter side. And I don't think folks who are living out in those western zones are going to add too much more. Now, there are a couple of areas that do have the potential to lay down a few more inches, and I'll show you where in just a moment. Storm is ramping up, though as it intensifies at its strongest, it will be moving away from us here in D.C. So as far as those big-time blizzard totals, we're not getting them here in Washington, nor did we ever expect them here in D.C. We'll go in live storm tracker radar showing you. Heaviest band right now looks like it's setting up just off to the west of D.C., and then there's more heavy bands across the eastern shore. In fact, I'll put on our heavy band tracker, which takes off some of the lighter snows out there. And if you're under this band here, which is set up so far across western portions of Fairfax, parts of Prince William there, and central Montgomery County, these are the areas that have the best shot at picking up some higher totals here in the next few hours. Now, as this storm pulls away, this band will probably fade a little bit off to the east here. Some heavy bands out a little closer to the bay as well. Some totals that have come in recently, northern portions of Montgomery County, Laytonsville area, reading about, there you go, about 0.3 of an inch of snow as of 6:50. We'll see if they don't add to that total with that band sitting up over top of them. Reston, as of 6:14, over an inch of snow reported there. Big picture showing you we continue to track this storm as it starts lifting away. If you're out to the west, I-81 corridor, some light flakes coming down. I don't anticipate you're picking up much more snow at all. Again, it'll be closer to D.C. for adding a few more totals, and Gwen's going to tell you all about that. Gwen?
Well, Mike, you know, we do have some of those total projected on one of our computer models that we're going to talk about. This is the graph, which is predicting 1.5 inches for the district. I think we'll get more than that. 2.3 for Gaithersburg, 2.9 for Leonardtown, 2 inches for Annapolis, and to the north, 2.7 for Frederick. So we'll see how that all pans out. Of course, we know temperature is playing a big role in this today, of course, and this is definitely a temperature-driven forecast. Visibility out there, greatly reduced because everybody is seeing something this hour. 3/4 of a mile visibility only for Gaithersburg, 2.5 miles for D.C., only 2.5 miles for Annapolis as well. Leonardtown, only 3/4 of a mile visibility out there, 3/4 for Dulles, and 1 at Frederick. So pretty good indication of just how conditions are. If you don't have to be out on the roads, don't go out. Our temperatures right now, we're at 33 in the city, 32 at Gaithersburg, 33 at Baltimore, 32 at Frederick, 34 at Hagerstown, 34 at Manassas, and 34 at Quantico. At the surface, this is definitely a temperature-driven forecast because once we see the surface temperatures drop at 0 or below, we are going to start to see all that accumulation as snow. And here are your lows for tonight: 31 at Manassas, 32 at Quantico, 30 at Martinsburg and Hagerstown, 30 at Winchester, and 30 degrees for Frederick as well. Winter weather alerts still in effect right through until your Monday. Winter weather advisory. Areas shaded here in the purple. We could see anywhere from 2 inches plus there. And then we have a winter storm warning, and out to the east, a blizzard warning. I'll have more coming up in a bit. Katie?
Thanks, Gwen. As we mentioned, schools in Loudoun County are now closed as snow really begins to tick up on the roadways. That's where we find Fox 5's David Kaplan live in Sterling tonight. David, how are things looking out there?
Yeah, Katie, definitely dicey here in Sterling. We're not too far from the Dulles Town Center. This wind is really whipping here, and I can tell you that already a couple of inches have fallen. All of this just in the last couple of hours. Take a look behind me. You can see what looks like this snow-covered field. We can even see snow, just to give you a sense of the wind, sticking to that sign for this shopping center. So that just gives you an idea about the live conditions right now. I'm not going to go too far away from photographer Ben. The road behind me, major thoroughfares quickly getting slushy as a result of this system moving through. As you can tell by the way that traffic is moving on Leesburg Pike, it's not necessarily slowing people down too much, but boy, officials want you to use caution as you travel tonight, if you have to travel tonight. We mentioned Mountain County Schools closing. Fairfax County Schools initially put out that they were going to be on a 2-hour delay, but quickly changed that to a closure reflective of the way these conditions changed very quickly, and this idea of trying to give plows and crews as much space as possible to operate tomorrow as this all wraps up. So just gives you a sense of what we are seeing out here right now. We will continue to monitor these conditions as they evolve, as this storm moves through. But just to give you a sense, that was the grassy area. And thus far here, we've probably got 1.5 to 2 inches here near the Dulles Town Center. But all of this has really fallen in the last 2 hours. We were with you on Fox Local, just giving you what appeared to be rain at 3 o'clock. It shifted towards the mix at 4 o'clock. It became snow at 5 o'clock. And at 6 o'clock, it started sticking. That's what we're continuing to see right now, Katie.
Thanks, David. Now from Virginia to Maryland, where parts of the state could see the most snow in our area from this storm. As we mentioned, St. Mary's and Charles County says schools will be closed for students tomorrow. Fox 5's Regina Ureta continues our live team coverage from Waldorf tonight. Regina.
Hey, Katie, and here in Waldorf, the snow it has been pretty consistent and has been falling at a pretty strong pace. But I want to show you myself here. You can kind of see this grass area. This is all a fresh white layer. And just by the snow here, it's not very slushy. Honestly, if I pick it up, don't quote me on here. But it seems like it would be pretty perfect for a snowball. It doesn't fall apart as easily, and that's something that we're seeing. But then over here, this is Crane Highway. We've been kind of monitoring also the traffic conditions for drivers here. Within the past 2 hours, visibility has become a lot more challenging. And as the night starts to kick in here, I'm sure it even creates a little bit more difficulty because you're looking at the snowfall just kind of blocking visibility, but also it's bouncing onto that windshield as well as the wind blowing it towards your windshield. So you want to be extra cautious, drive slow as you're heading towards this area. There's certain roads that are also wet and slick. We've been seeing that for the past couple of hours when rain started, and then it shifted into this snowfall. And then if we kind of walk over here and just kind of show you, this is the Waldorf Park Shopping Center, looking at that fresh powder, all that white snow that's been covering not only this ditch, but also the grass area. And then some of the cars there are covered in snow. And then if I talk about the weather conditions out here, just in a live aspect, it is pretty miserable. The wind is making it a lot more challenging. Because we're not only dealing with already pretty freezing temperatures, but also now dealing with that wind that is just blowing and then the snowfall that is kind of pelting onto your face. So not the type of weather that you want to be standing around and walking. If you can stand or at least stay inside, I strongly recommend that. And then if you don't have to drive, probably best, again, to stay inside. But if you do have to drive, just remember, slow down, do not speed in these conditions. I'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Regina. The district snow team has started treating major roadways. Officials say they have 200 pieces of equipment out there on the roads to make sure they're ready for whatever snow accumulates. While people may be concerned about cleanup after last month's storm, Assistant City Administrator Christopher Rodriguez says this time around, things will be different.
It's not going to be the hard, sort of compact snow plus ice that we saw a couple weeks ago, and certainly not at the levels of accumulations that we saw with Snowcrete. With this event, again, a slushy snow that's going to occur overnight, and we believe that with the salt treatment that we put on the roads will be ready for that type of precipitation. If the snow overperforms, we already have equipment and contracts ready to bring in additional resources if it's necessary.
Right now, officials are urging you to start salting your walkways around the home. Also, make sure to help your elderly neighbors out if they need it. And if you see people outside, you can contact 311 if you're in the district. There's shelter space available. Delays and cancellations continue to build now across our region. A live look at Reagan National, where there are more than 280 cancellations tonight, more than 100 delays. Dulles has 70-plus cancellations, BWI 250 with 90 delays. If you have a flight tonight or tomorrow morning, check with your airline before heading out. As the snow arrives, remember the latest on this weekend's forecast and any weather information. You can download the Fox Local app. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen to get started. We've got more winter weather coverage still to come. We'll check in with D.C. Public Works on how they're gearing up for the snow. Welcome back in, where we're continuing our winter weather coverage tonight. You're taking a live look outside our Fox 5 Skycam in Frederick, Maryland this evening. Our Gwen Talbert is back now with one final check on our forecast this hour. Gwen?
Well, it'll be an overnight with plenty of snowfall coming through, moderate to heavy at times. That's going to take us right into the first part of your Monday. With that, some gusty winds as well. They'll be kicking in tonight and Monday. And I want to tell you, it's a cold, gusty wind coming in from the northwest. And then even though the week is going to start cold, 7 7-day forecast has a very mild end to the week that we can at least look forward to once we get rid of all this snow. So this is the system here off the coast and continuing to pull in plenty of moisture with it. And everybody is seeing at least something at least this hour, whether it be still some rain or some light snow or even a little bit of that mix. But for the most part, we're starting to see that snow coming down quite a bit. And that is just going to continue overnight, as I said, into tomorrow. Temperature-driven forecast, temperatures at the surface will be at freezing or just below for this to start sticking and accumulating. In some areas, that has already happened if you've seen some of our reporters out there. Right now, we've got 34 in the city, 32 at Gaithersburg, 33 for Baltimore, 33 to the south at Leonardtown. And this particular model is a simulation showing you of when it's going to be pulling out as we get through into Monday early morning hours. You can see it starts to pull its way out at about 6, 7 in the morning, but still some of that lingering over areas of the far west of the higher elevations. So here's a look at this particular model with the totals it wants to give us. 1.4 for D.C., 2.7 for Leonardtown, 1.5 to the south, and 2.2 at Gaithersburg, 2.5 at Frederick. So we're going to continue to monitor this, and because this is going to be, as I said, an all-night event for sure. Visibility is already greatly reduced out there. We've only got 1 3/4 mile visibility for Annapolis this hour, 3/4 of a mile at Baltimore. That's the same for Dulles, 2.5 miles at Martinsburg, 1 at Gaithersburg, and 1 at Frederick. So if you have to go out, slow your roll out there. It's 34 at Manassas, the same at Quantico, 32 at Leonardtown this hour. We got 33 at Baltimore and 32 degrees at Frederick. But here's the wind chill factor. This is what it feels like if you step outside, not below freezing, but it is feeling like it's in the 20s everywhere. 24 at Dulles, 25 in the city, 25 at Baltimore, and 25 at Quantico. So really very chilly. Winter weather advisory still in effect until tomorrow morning for the area shaded here in purple. We can see those winds gusting as well up to 35 miles an hour. The same story for the winter storm warning area that includes Anne Arundel, Baltimore off to the northeast, and then over to the east of Delmarva. There's actually a blizzard warning in effect. That will also impact areas along the mid-Atlantic coast. So here we go with your planner for tomorrow. You can see those winds will be kicking in. They're going to be strong throughout the period from today through tomorrow morning. You can see the winds gusting anywhere from 35 to 40 miles an hour or more. So they're going to be pretty strong winds, and they're a cold wind as well coming in from the northwest. So some sunshine by the time we get to Tuesday, at least. Tuesday night into Wednesday pre-dawn. Could get a little bit of snow there, but not much. Thursday, Friday, we start to look at some rising temperatures by 55 by Wednesday, 54 by Thursday, but rain showers on your Thursday. Dry conditions by the end of the week, and we're flirting with 60 degrees by the time we get to Sunday under partly cloudy skies and much milder. By the time we get there, it's going to be well-deserved for sure. Now, this is a very wet, heavy snow, so keep that in mind, and just try to stay safe out there. Katie?
The district snow team has been out since noon today, working to treat the roads ahead of this snow. And now that precipitation is coming down, we want to bring in D.C. Public Works Interim Director Anthony Crispino. Anthony, thank you for joining us. We know it's a busy night. What do you need from folks? What's the top priority in the next hour or two as your crews continue their work out on the roads?
So we're out on the roads now. We've got the crews out salting. Just if folks have to be out and about in this kind of weather, just keep your speed down and make sure that you give the heavy equipment room to work.
How long are you expecting to be out there? Is this an all-night job?
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, we came in at noon. This shift will go till midnight, and then the next shift will pick up there and run another 12 hours. Depending on how the storm performs, we'll decide whether or not we need an additional shift.
This is one of the more difficult storms, I think, for our meteorologists here at Fox 5, just because of the lines of where the storm may be more intense. Are you seeing anything out on the roads that's giving you a sense of which areas may be hit more than others?
So I've been out and about tonight, and in the area I'm at off of New Jersey Avenue, we're still getting the wintry mix and nothing's sticking. But when I was a little bit further north, we're starting to see stuff stick on the grass. But I haven't seen anything stick on the road. That said, we're out there salting, and we're gonna keep at it.
We've seen More warm temperatures in the past few days than we did leading up to the previous snowstorm. Does that bode well potentially for a thaw tomorrow, or for things perhaps not to even be as bad this evening? I want to caution folks to stay off the roads, but maybe there's room for some hope and optimism there.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps with the ground temperatures. It also helps with the rock salt that we use, with the temperature staying up to the night. And then based on the forecast we're getting from the National Weather Service, we're hoping that we'll get continued melt through the day tomorrow, and then we'll be prepared for any refreeze that might come tomorrow night.
Great. Thank you, Anthony, for joining us. Any final words for folks as they're tuning in tonight and hopefully staying off the roads?
I think you nailed it. If folks can stay off the road, that'd be great. Keep it to essential travel till tomorrow, and let the crews get it done so that your roadways are clear in the morning.
All right, Anthony, good luck to you and your team. Stay safe out there. Thanks for your work this evening.
Thank you.
Breaking news, Maryland Governor Wes Moore declaring a state of emergency in Maryland now. State offices will now be closed tomorrow. As part of the order, Maryland State Police will increase staffing across the state tonight and tomorrow.
This is likely to be the worst storm that we have seen since 1996.
We expect to see whiteout conditions, near zero visibility. There will be a strong likelihood of power outages and downed trees.
New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade.
I ask you to stay off the roads, particularly when the snow begins, so that the plows can get out there, clear the roads, and get you back moving as quickly as possible.
Governors in northern states warning their residents to take this winter storm seriously. States of emergency were issued in New York and New Jersey. They've now been expanded to include Connecticut, Delaware, and Massachusetts. A Montgomery County family mourning the loss of their pets after a house fire this afternoon. Officials say fire crews responded to Lockwood Drive around 1:30 and found flames from a terrace-level bedroom. Officials say no one was hurt, but 3 dogs and a cat inside the home did not survive. The cause of the fire is under investigation. Coming up, a huge win for Team USA to close out the Winter Olympics. More on that monumental moment up next as the Games comes to a close. And what officials are saying after an armed man was killed near Mar-a-Lago. An investigation is underway this evening after law enforcement officers fatally shot an armed man at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump's Florida home. Authorities say around 1:30 this morning, 21-year-old Austin Martin unlawfully entered the secure perimeter carrying a shotgun and a fuel can.
He was ordered to drop those two pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the two Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat.
The president and first lady were at the White House at the time of the incident. Officials are working to learn more about the suspect and his motive. Tonight, new reaction as FEMA sets up to help clean up efforts with the Potomac. President Trump approved a federal emergency declaration for D.C. yesterday. This declaration comes after D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser requested federal assistance. While no new spills have occurred since February 8th, during Fox 5's On the Hill, the president of Potomac Riverkeeper Network told Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald she's concerned about the river's water quality and public health.
What do we know about the river water right now?
Yes, the river water is not safe in the area around the spill, and we're continuing to test consistently at least once a week, but sometimes twice a week. Like this week, there was rain, and of course, the bacteria spiked after the rain.
This week, D.C. Water is set to hold two community meetings about the disaster. They'll take place in D.C. on Wednesday, in Maryland on Thursday, and will address public's concerns and questions.
Across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States.
Jack Hughes scoring 141 into overtime, leading Team USA to gold. The U.S. beating Canada 2-1 this afternoon in the Milan Cortina Olympics. It's the first time the U.S. has won the men's title since the Miracle on Ice back in 1980. And it's curtain call for the 2026 Winter Olympics. The closing ceremony today in Verona, Italy. 1,500 athletes took part in the final parade, accompanied by Italian music and dance. The ceremony closed out with the Olympic flame, and Italy now hands off the Olympic flag to the next Winter Olympic host. That's France. Some rain didn't stop people from heading out for today's Lunar New Year parade in the district. The festivities celebrated the Year of the Horse at the year 4,724 on the lunar calendar. There were a number of lion and dragon performances, as well as music and marching bands, and the grand finale ended on 8th Street in Northwest. That does it for Fox 5 News on the Plus. Stay with us because In the Court starts in just 2 minutes. Until then, you can keep up with the latest over on fox5dc.com. Have a good day.
Yes, true, you got a man, but the party ain't gonna stop, so let's make it hot. Last week and you stayed at home alone and
The top tonight, the Supreme Court strikes down President Trump's global tariffs in a fractured 6-3 decision written by Chief Justice John Roberts. The court said the president does not have the power to impose tariffs under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, aka IEEPA. That's the law the administration relied on to impose anywhere from 10% to over 100% tariffs on nearly every country in the world. It's a definitive loss for the president, but that doesn't mean he can't basically do the same thing using a different law, not IEEPA.
Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country.
President Trump expects the new tariffs to take effect this week. Meanwhile, there's a major trial happening in California right now that will shape not only the future of social media, but could shape child development in America in the future. On Monday, a Los Angeles County jury heard opening arguments in a case where challengers are accusing Meta's Instagram and Google's YouTube of deliberately fostering addiction among children and harming them. We'll get to CEO Mark Zuckerberg's testimony in just a moment. But before we do, a highly unusual issue cropped up during his appearance. His bodyguards were reportedly wearing Meta's facial recognition glasses. According to independent journalist Megan Cuniff, who follows California courts closely, it compelled the judge to issue a warning to the courtroom that no one should be wearing facial recognition glasses in the courtroom. And if anyone used them to record jurors, that data must be deleted immediately. Perhaps a new nightmare unlocked for judges and juries that someone in the courtroom could be using facial recognition technology in glasses to record and analyze juror activity during trial. Here's what the challenger's lawyer had to say afterward, as captured by Cuniff.
The judge warned the courtroom not to wear any kind of glasses that might record jurors' facial recognition, anything like that. Do you know what prompted that? Did somebody from your team raise concerns?
There was a concern raised to us and to others that that two of the bodyguards of Mr. Zuckerberg evidently had on the AI goggles, the glasses. I don't know the details of that, but that's what prompted the judge to have that serious and stern conversation with those in attendance.
As we said, CEO Mark Zuckerberg testified this week. That marks the first time a major tech CEO answered questions under oath in court about knowingly harming children. Let's bring in Todd Miner, who has lived through the devastating consequences of childhood social media addiction and destruction. Todd's son Matthew died while doing a TikTok challenge. He was one of the parents that Zuckerberg famously apologized to when he was testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee last year in D.C. Todd, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me, Katie.
Before we delve into what happened this week and how big of a deal it is to see Zuckerberg on the stand answer some of those questions, tell us a little bit about your son and what brought you on this journey to be here with us tonight and do the work that you do as an advocate and a parent.
Thank you, Katie. Matthew was a wonderful child. He was very compassionate. I just even remember that he literally gave the shoes off his feet to a kid at his school. And we knew that we had a one-of-a-kind child in Matthew. He loved strong. He gave wonderful hugs. I'm just, as I'm seeing these pictures right now, I'm thinking about the hugs that we no longer get to have.
I'm sure. It sounds like the generosity that he had is reflected in you as a parent who has now devoted a lot of time and effort into making sure that this doesn't happen again. I mean, you've traveled, you've advocated, you spend time talking about him and talking about your story and really laying bare some of the most brutal moments of your life. Obviously, his generosity comes from you and continues to be reflected in your family's work. Following the trial and this momentous event of having Zuckerberg on the stand, that doesn't happen often, and answer these types of questions, have you been following what happened this week? Do you have thoughts about his testimony and being able to ask him these types of questions?
I think like I heard in the media, it's very groundbreaking. It's time. You know, it's Judgment Day. That's what I want to say. This is Mark Zuckerberg and his platform has to answer for the harms that they've put forward toward kids, and from what I understand, seems like they tried to ramp it up. You know, they knew it was harmful, but they also tried to ramp it up and get more engagement. And even if the harms increased with the children and their mental health.
Can you talk a little bit about more about that ramping up? Because one of the accusations here is that they kind of curated the algorithm to addict particularly young people in sometimes really deceptive ways or harmful ways. At least that's the allegation. Can you talk a little bit more about that and what the priority is in trying to get that to change?
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as I understand, the focus was just on clicks, interaction. And far as what I saw, they just kept saying, just keep doing it, keep increasing it. They just did not care about the harms to our kids.
We've talked about on this show something called Section 230, which gives these major tech companies immunity. The Supreme Court took the issue up recently. We thought maybe to make some changes in their interpretation. Turned out not to be the case for now, but it is certainly in their awareness. It's a major issue in the United States that prevents families like you from holding these companies accountable. What's it like to see them actually have to face the music in this kind of lawsuit?
Well, one of my friends, Maureen, with Parents SOS, that we're part of, said it's a reckoning day. I think it also feels like some justice is being served. They have to answer for what they've done. I think Section 230, I mean, I don't think we've had meaningful legislation since 1998, I think. So probably about 30 years. So I think this time has come. Time has come.
Todd Miner, thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight. Where can people find your continued work and advocacy as we move forward?
As I probably stated earlier, we're members of Parents SOS, but we also have our own foundation, the Matthew E. Miner Awareness Foundation. We have a YouTube channel, Facebook, and we also have a website as well.
Remarkable and inspiring work you've done in Matthew's name. I'm sorry you have to do it, but thank you for being here with us tonight.
Thank you, Katie.
Now on to some of the legal news for the week. It's been quite a week, busy week in the courts. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Britain's Prince Andrew, was arrested and detained for questioning on suspicion of misconduct in office related to his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. It marks the first time in nearly 400 years that a member of the British royal family was arrested, according to AP. The former prince denies any wrongdoing. He's seen in multiple photos with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, including the most recent batch released by the Department of Justice, where he can be seen on top of a young female who appears to be lying on the floor. Meantime, in D.C., a judge ordered MPD to hand over body-worn camera footage from the day the Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency temporarily took over the Institute for Peace. The takeover caused a firestorm last March as questions arose about whether and to what extent MPD enabled access for federal officials. After Trump attempted to fire the Institute's entire board and employees, a federal judge ruled those firings were unlawful. MPD released limited footage, but a journalist sued, backed by the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press, for the remainder. And Judge Darlene Soltis ordered MPD to produce the footage within 15 days. A federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to reinstall an exhibit about George Washington's ownership of slaves. The exhibit's in Philadelphia. Trump issued an executive order that required the removal of the exhibit. Washington is believed to have owned over 300 slaves at the time he died. Philadelphia sued the administration to be able to rehang the exhibit, and they won. The judge set a Friday deadline for reinstallation. The U.S. Attorney's Office is filing an appeal in the judge's decision, and in the meantime, the exhibit will be available for the members of the public. And in Maryland, Judge Paulazini's, the federal judge overseeing Kilmar Abrego Garcia's lawsuit against the Trump administration, ruled on Tuesday that immigration officials may not re-detain Abrego Garcia because a 90-day detention period has concluded now, and there are no clear steps the government has taken to successfully deport him to a third country. Despite the government representing efforts to deport him to 4 different African nations, Zini said DOJ has, quote, made one empty threat after another to remove him to countries in Africa with no real chance of success. So she reasoned the deportation and removal was not likely to happen in the foreseeable future. The Justice Department fired a top prosecutor in Virginia just hours after he was appointed. James Hunley was picked unanimously by judges to serve in the Eastern District of Virginia. Hunley was selected to replace former Trump lawyer Lindsay Halligan. You might remember a judge ruled in November that she'd been unlawfully appointed to that position. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche announced the firing on social media, writing that judges don't pick U.S. attorneys, the president does. And while that is true at times, remember, as we've shown you on this show, the Appointments Clause of the Constitution that Blanche purports to reference also says that Congress may vest appointment power in the courts of law. In a statement to Fox 5, Hunley said, I would have welcomed the opportunity to support the attorneys and staff of this outstanding office, as well as law enforcement officers who I work with. Despite my dismissal by the president, I will continue to support our country and its justice system in any way I can. Up next, I'm joined by a former U.S. attorney here in D.C., former assistant U.S. attorney. We'll discuss the shocking number of employees the DOJ has lost in just 1 year. The numbers may surprise you. We'll be right back. Welcome back in. Chris Macchiaroli has over a decade of experience as an assistant United States attorney in D.C. and Florida, trying everything from violent crimes to complex conspiracy cases in DOJ, including DOJ's D.C.'s office led by Judge Jeanine Pirro has entered an unprecedented era now on so many fronts. We've been talking about it on the show, all while losing career employees at a rapid rate, not just in the D.C. office, but DOJ as a whole. And The Atlantic reports that DOJ lost nearly 10,000 employees from November of 2024 to November of 2025. Very well may have lost more since then. Chris, welcome to the show.
It's a pleasure.
So give us a little bit of your background and explain what is so unique about the D.C. office. Our audience knows they're unique in the country, but explain what it's like to be there and how unique it is.
Well, the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C., unlike any of the other U.S. Attorney's Offices in the country, is both a state prosecutor, because it handles majority of the crimes in the District of Columbia except for juvenile or traffic offenses, and it also handles all of your traditional federal crimes. And plus, it is the center of the federal government. So as you've seen in the last couple of years, the major cases come out of the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. and are prosecuted in the federal district court here in D.C.
Something happened recently out of this office. Jeanine Pirro tried to bring an indictment against 6 sitting Democratic members of Congress, including senators. That failed, but it resoundingly failed. Our understanding from reporting is that they got 0 votes in the grand jury. I tried to explain to the audience at the time, I don't know the history of every grand jury indictment vote in the history of the country. I don't know how many of them were 0. Curious, in your experience, did you ever bring a case before the grand jury and get 0 votes to indict?
I cannot say that that ever happened to me.
Have you ever heard of that happening?
I've never heard of that as well. And as we both know as lawyers, the story is you can indict a ham sandwich. That is not the case anymore, especially in a very political charged time. I would note that, in D.C., 92% of registered voters are Democrats. So it's going to be very hard to bring a seditious conspiracy charge against 6 members of Congress, including sitting U.S. senators, on that kind of charge and expect a grand jury to return it.
You mentioned the voting population in D.C. It's a very blue district. I understand from people who work in the office, sometimes that even makes it difficult to try a case and get a jury to convict. What was your experience there, and is it difficult to convince sometimes D.C. jurors to convict?
Absolutely. D.C. has had a long history of issues with law enforcement. So often you have difficulty in having juries in the District of Columbia trust law enforcement. You obviously have concerns about, politics, and it's very difficult to, what I would say, lawfare cases, that being the sitting U.S. senators, where you're trying to get, everybody knows, they read the news, they're very intelligent, they talk, they sit for sometimes up to 3 to 6 months, 16 to 23 jurors, to get them not to know what's really going on, where you're trying to indict a senator for making a comment, ill-advised comment regarding the military. Is just an uphill battle that can never be really accomplished. So it's not surprising to me at all that they got 0 votes.
What do you make of this significant loss in employees? And I don't know if you've seen some of the calls on Twitter by former DOJ leadership to DM me with your resume. What do you make of their recruitment efforts and how difficult it seems to be to try and fill some of those ranks in what used to be an extremely difficult and competitive job to get?
Yes, I mean, it was one of the top jobs to get in the country because of all the experience you get, both on the District of Columbia side, what would be the equivalent of the state side, and the great federal experience. I put this office, the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C., up with the Southern District of New York, Eastern District of Virginia, L.A., Miami, the top U.S. Attorney's Office in the country. Unfortunately, this is just a byproduct of the politics in our society right now. A lot of people that joined the U.S. Attorney's Office in the last couple of years were not looking to prosecute every crime, had a lot of concerns about the Trump administration and were prosecuting January 6 defendants. Now that it's kind of flipped, and where you have a Republican Department of Justice, those people just do not want to be handling those kind of cases. And that's why they've left. Unfortunately, it's become very political in who becomes AUSAs now. People want to hire people that have a shared kind of vision of this country, whether it be strong on prosecuting individuals. The current U.S. attorney is prosecuting at almost a 97% of the arrest rate. The previous U.S. attorney was no papering 2/3 of all cases made by the Metropolitan Police Department. So you have a drastic difference in philosophy and how you prosecute it. And it's not surprising that people's political affiliations, their ideologies, when you have that kind of change in administration, people leave. And it's not unprecedented. A lot of people left after when Clinton came to office, and you had a different philosophy on prosecution of cases after, I would say, what would that be, 12 years of Republican DOJ, Reagan and George Bush. So it's not unheard of, but I will agree with you, it is drastic this time.
That's some good institutional knowledge. That's helpful. All right, Chris Macchiarelli, thank you so much for joining us on the show. We're going to have you back to hear some of your war stories, because we didn't even get some of your cases. I know there are good war stories there.
I'd be happy to come back at any time.
All right, Chris, we'll have you back on soon. We'll have much more in the courts to come when we come back. Welcome back in. Now to stories ripped from the headlines this week. Actor Shia LaBeouf is now facing multiple battery charges after he was arrested in New Orleans while celebrating Fat Tuesday this week. He can be seen on video shoving one person to the ground, hitting another, according to AP News. He's also accused of shouting homophobic slurs at the victims. LaBeouf wrote "Free Me" on his X account after the arrest. He was ordered released by a magistrate judge and can be seen dancing through the French Quarter, waving what appears to be his release papers. The search continues for Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy. Law enforcement in Arizona announced that all members of the Guthrie family have been cleared during the course of the investigation. Investigators appear to be testing DNA found in Nancy's home and searching the area. Authorities have asked neighbors for their doorbell footage from January 11th, 20 days before she disappeared. There's now a $200,000 reward for information that leads to an arrest. If you have any, please call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Bill Cosby was ordered to reveal his net worth in court. A judge issued the decision as part of a lawsuit accusing Cosby of drugging and raping a woman in 1972, according to TMZ. Now Cosby will have to hand over bank statements, retirement account information, and any other relevant financial information from December 2024 to December of last year. The order applies to not only Cosby, but his wife as well. Their net worth is tied together. Time now for Sports in the Courts. New body-worn camera footage appears to reveal Commanders cornerback Marshawn Lattimore lying to police officers before he was arrested last month, according to TMZ. They obtained police footage showing officers asking him whether he has a gun. He says no. Then police say they later found one in his car, a loaded handgun in the glove box. Lying to law enforcement can be a separate criminal charge for obstruction. He was charged with carrying a concealed weapon and improper handling of a firearm in a motor vehicle. Mississippi State quarterback Jaden Rashada, who previously played for Arizona State, the University of Georgia, and Sacramento State, settled his claim against former University of Florida head football coach Bill Napier, who now coaches for James Madison University. According to ESPN, Rashada sued Napier and major UF benefactor for allegedly defaulting on a deal to pay him nearly $14 million to play for the Gators. Rashada's attorney confirmed all parties reached a deal but refused to provide details on the final settlement terms. Still ahead tonight, I'll have some final thoughts. Don't go away. This week, the Trump administration hung a banner of Trump's face on the Department of Justice. The banner exemplifies the president's unprecedented meddling in department decision-making. For a long time, the department was considered somewhat independent, not from presidential priorities in enforcement, but from presidential demands to go after political enemies. There's a storied history of DOJ officials limiting contact with the White House. That appears to no longer be the case. Rarely does an image so perfectly encapsulate a political moment, but this one does. Thanks for joining us on In the Courts. Feel free to chime in and tell us what you want to hear about on this show. Hashtag us on social media and hashtag In the Courts, or katie.barlow@fox.com. Send me an email with your questions or ideas. We'll be back the same time next week, but until then, have a good night, everyone.
Bloomed in the dark room, what you trusted. I mean, I write poems in these songs dedicated to you when you're in the mood for empathy. It's blood in my pen. Better yet, with your friends and them. I really want to know you all. I really want to show you off. God, pour up plenty of champagne. Cold nights when
these keys.
myself, but do I need to like be unmuted on this as well?
Yeah, so
I
you're
do.
basically like talking into the
Okay.
Zoom instead of talking into the microphone to them.
All right, let me see if I can figure that out. So I have to. Shit. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. All right, it is not 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock on this Sunday night, and this is a special snow edition of the Live Zone Primetime. Thank you so much to everyone out there watching, joining us live, whether you're streaming here on Fox Local, I should say, or Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. I'm producer Chris, and it is a winter mess out there. Right now, you are taking a live look all across the region in that bottom left corner, I want to say, bottom right corner. That is a rotating series of pictures showing this storm up and down the East Coast, not just here in the DMV, but all across the region. And let me just say, it's not great here, but it is way worse in other parts of the Northeast. At the top over next to me, this side right now, what you're taking a live look at is Ocean City, Maryland, or excuse me, Ocean City, New Jersey, not looking great either. Below me, we have a looping radar showing this storm as it has existed over the course of the last couple days. I'm no expert on this storm, though, so we want to get right to the man who is. We are talking about the one and only Mike Thomas. Mike Thomas joining us now live. Mike.
Weekend edition, Chris.
Weekend edition, Chris.
You know, it's always trouble. Wow, I look so short.
You do. That's, I
thought
you were going to be standing.
I grabbed the. Well, I can be.
Okay, why don't you just grab that other chair? Why don't you grab the other chair?
Grab
the
other
Tony
chair.
P chair.
All right,
the Tony P chair.
Let me grab the chair.
In the meantime, I'm going to go back and I'm going to talk to everybody about that QR code. That QR code at the bottom of the screen. That is how you can join our coverage. Because look, we've got our meteorologists. We've got me here in studio. We've got our team of reporters scattered across the DMV, but we cannot be everywhere, and that's where you can help us out. You can join us live. You can show us what it's like in your neighborhood with your cell phone. All you got to do is scan that QR code. It'll bring you into our Zoom room. We'll work out all the technological hijinks. In the meantime, though, let's get back to the man of the hour. We are talking about the one and only Mike Thomas, because, Mike, it's kind of a mess. We just got over this last storm. We just got over it.
But so it is a mess in some locations. It's not a mess everywhere. So at the end of the day, everybody's like, okay, is this hitting our projections? Do we think we're going to fall short? Do we think we're on pace? Certainly in some zones we're on pace, but I actually think we're going to fall a little short of a lot of projections by the time things are said and done. Now, we certainly we see David Kaplan out in Leesburg had some rough roadways out there. Temperatures are cooling as we get into the evening hours, so certainly have to watch for stuff sticking a little bit more, especially on roadways and stuff. In other spots, the biggest issue we've had today has actually been that snow that has changed over has been a little bit too light. And when it's too light, if temperatures are marginally or a degree or two above freezing, you can stick if it's above freezing, believe it or not, but you need it to be a heavy snow so that the ground can't melt it fast enough. If it's a lighter snow, it's going to melt on contact. I think we're seeing a lot of this. I just stepped out here in Bethesda, and we're doing a lot of melting on the roadways.
Okay.
So some of the totals, and these are going to continue to be updated throughout the night. I grabbed these ones because they were some of the more recent ones out. Some of the ones that I've seen, Fairfax, 1.7 inches. And these are certainly some of the higher totals around the immediate D.C. area. Falls Church, an inch. Ashburn, over 2 inches. Gaithersburg, Maryland, 1.3. And a lot of these zones are falling into a certain sector on the radar, which I'll show you in a moment, where some of these snowfall totals have been, or some of the snowfall rates have been highest. In other locations, it's just been pretty light, and that's certainly made things suffer a little bit in terms of totals. Now, look, in terms of storm, it's a beautiful storm dynamically. I mean, it is strengthening. One of the things, and we'll kind of go through this in a minute because this is a web show, so I have infinite time, right, Chris?
Sure do, baby.
So I got plenty of time to talk about things. Everything happened kind of according to plan in terms of us changing from rain to snow. The cold air coming in. D.C. and doing a rain to snow scenario, we don't do them often. It's pretty rare. So the fact that we were able to do it in the first place, pretty impressive. Problem is the wave of low pressure that's developed a little bit farther to the east than a lot of models thought it would be. So it's not as close to the coastline, which means the heavier snows with it are farther to the east than where they were projected to be. And of course, that's going to impact our snowfall totals. So look, they're going to do great. Eastern Shore, anybody in this sector here is going to do just fine with the snowfall. New York City will get a big one. In New Jersey, a lot of New Jersey will get a big one. A lot of Delaware will get a big one. DC on the southern flank of it, as this guy was developing, we really need them to, like 2016, kind of right in this area here. Going a little wonky there. Right in this area here when it bombed out. This one's not going to bomb out until it's closer up here. So that really gives you a difference on who's getting the higher snowfall totals. So let's go in. This is a complicated map, right? You see a lot of lines on here. What I was trying to do was see what the yellow is some of our model guidance that came in early, and the red is where the actual low pressure system is. It's kind of fine right now, but what I was showing with this, and this was more of a web thing I was doing. I didn't mean for this to be in here, but that's okay. I'll explain it anyway. The yellow lines are showing me what the projections were earlier today for where this area of low pressure would be. And most of the projections I saw had it a little bit farther to the west, whereas it's actually more like out here. And while it looks like a small difference on your radar screen, that little difference can make a big time difference in who's getting to the higher totals, because then the heavier bands are setting up farther on the eastern shore as opposed to crossing the bay a bit and clipping, say, some of our winter storm warning zones in Charles County, in Calvert County. So they're struggling a little bit here tonight. We'll go in on Storm Tracker radar, and I'll show you what we're looking at right now, which, very wintry look, but a lot of these out here are relatively light snowfall rates, temperatures right around, if not a degree or two above freezing. So you're so light out there that it's generally melting away on the surface as it starts, especially those paved surfaces, as it falls. Now, the I-81 corridor, we warned you started yesterday that we didn't like our western zones. We didn't think, aside from the mountains, we didn't think this was going to be a big snow for areas to the west. I put something out on my Twitter last night that had, an inch in Cumberland or less than an inch in Cumberland. And so far, so good in terms of those numbers. It's our eastern zones where when you end up between, there's a heavy band out here. In fact, I can show this. Let's go forward. And this is what we call the heavy band tracker. If you live anywhere under this zone, this is where snow rates are still decent enough that you're going to continue to put snow on the ground for a little while yet. If you're off to the west of where these heavy rates are on the eastern shore, the problem is in this zone here, here, and here, you have a lot of sinking air. Whereas the projections had these bands over on the eastern shore here originally being projected kind of closer to the bay here. So that's the big difference we're seeing tonight. So essentially you'd have to take our snowfall map and shift it farther to the east for it to be a little bit more accurate. Now, the caveat to that is that this heavier band setting up in Montgomery County, Fairfax County, closer in towards DC, was originally modeled to be up here. So it's shifted farther to the east, but so has the heavier bands there have shifted to the east as well. So all of that impacting totals tonight. Again, we told you a long time ago that this was not going to be as bad as the January case. That part's certainly going to be true. But I think at the end of the day, it's probably going to come in a little under the projections, which, you always want to be right in the weather world. It's hard to nail it every time. And aside from some folks out here that I still think could pick up a few more inches, some folks in here won't be happy. Some folks out here won't be happy. And that's just sort of the nature of the beast when you're on the edge of one of these big storms. All of these areas I see have reported snowfall, and I'll have to go through and grab some of the newer guidance here, and we'll have that coming up for you a little later on in the show. Let me show you the projections here, and I've turned it over to a model that updates every hour. So it's still got good snow going for the next couple of hours here, 9:30. You still see it having a decent banding effect right in there, but if you're out to the west, you're basically done. Lighter snows here to the east will put some down on the ground, but probably not as much as we were hoping for. And then, of course, you have good banding on the eastern shore that will continue to put down more snow. We get to 11 o'clock midnight, things really start winding down. Now, with that said, we will have the chance for snow showers and flurries that could leave a coating right through the day tomorrow. But in terms of your actual storm accumulations, we're going to start wrapping that up as we approach and get beyond the midnight hour here. So you can see as we get towards tomorrow morning, leftover snow showers and flurries. We'll see if a few of these 2-hour delays don't go over the closings, if they are able to put a few more on the ground, say Montgomery County and stuff like that. I think it was Fairfax announced 2-hour delay, and then they decided to switch to closing because this heavier band is setting up over parts of Fairfax impacts, and the roads are getting pretty bad pretty quick in some areas. So this model over the remaining hours with the storm, essentially says you're kind of done if you live out Dulles and areas to the west, maybe a half an inch coating a little bit more. But areas from that point westward aren't looking like they get all that much more. Another inch or two for areas that are from D.C., the I-95 out towards the Bay, and then your bigger totals, 6 to 10 more inches expected there across parts of Salisbury, the Delmarva. But I even think folks who live in, I'm most disappointed with this sector here, where I think a lot of folks, I was expecting closer to 6 inches, they'll probably end up closer to 3 inches. So that's a little,
I know you're disappointed, but I don't know that the people living there would be, to be honest with you.
You'd be surprised on Twitter and Facebook
Okay,
how many snow. You either have snow lovers or snow haters.
Snow lovers or snow haters.
Snow haters are happy. Snow lovers, maybe not so much.
Okay, well, I'm hoping people can still hear us because right now the computer that I'm working off of, Mike Thomas, just started a reboot. I'm not sure. This is perfect timing, as you can imagine here.
Always when we need it to happen.
Always when you need things to happen. So
this is why AI is not ready to take over.
Yeah.
The computing power is not there yet.
So I'm not sure if anyone out there can hear me in the newsroom right now, but we're kind of in a holding pattern.
Lull in the action.
We're in a little bit of a holding pattern, a lull in the action, if you will. Okay, stand by. I can't actually go to anything else currently.
Oh,
so right now it's
me.
you and me.
Do you want me to restart
screen.
my whole
It's not that I really want to. I'm just going to show people. These should be all lit up. These should be all lit up, and they are currently all blank. So that's what I'm working with, okay? That's what I'm working with. In the meantime, though, Mike Thomas, besides the gremlins in the system, talk to me about what's happening in the Northeast.
A place you want to be.
That's where the action is.
Where
right?
the action is. You want to be, and I switched it back to radar. I mean, Delaware's not a bad place to be. New Jersey's not a bad place to be. And Long Island, Connecticut, up through eastern portions of Massachusetts. Again, I'll go back to where the pressure is, showing you, and I'll put this on so you can see it. So actual low versus where the projection was. Projection was farther to the west. It ended up being a little farther to the east. It also ended up strengthening a tad slower than the model thought it would. That all makes a difference. It's a matter of a few 50 miles or so, but that also drags your snow banding where we thought it would be, 50 miles outside of where we thought it would be. So that essentially is what impacts totals the most with a situation like this. If we wanted the big snows here in D.C., you would have needed this area, and let me see if I can pause this here right at the end so I can show you where. So, this is where the low is right now. If we wanted it to be a big blizzard here in D.C., usually we like this thing to be a little closer to Virginia Beach, rapidly intensifying and moving up like that. This guy, essentially what it's doing right now, as it's right here, hanging out, kind of traveling up at some point, and it won't be this dramatic, but I'll draw it for dramatic purposes. It will at some point kind of double back, do a little curly Q, and go out. Will it be exactly like that? No. But essentially what happens is you got upper level energy swinging in out of the north and west here. You're going to get what we call a cutoff low to develop somewhere near Virginia Beach. And once that happens, it shifts winds at the mid levels of the atmosphere out of the south and out of the east. So it will grab that storm, periodically buckle it or kind of tuck it back towards the New Jersey coastline, and then it will go off to the north. Famously, the blizzard that we had here in 2016, that one doubled back right around kind of Ocean City, Maryland. And that's why we got hammered with the good snow here in Washington. Not doing that this time along. And fun fact for you, so since our last blizzard warning in D.C., Ocean City's had 2 blizzard warnings, and we have had none. And, National Weather Service was kind of on it in terms of not going winter storm warnings. We had winter storm watches in D.C. Today, when they issued their warnings, they decided to not put D.C. under warning. They just went advisory, which was their indication. We think lower end totals look more likely around D.C. I think they're even gonna bust in areas just off to the east, near Anne Arundel County. I don't think they're going to get the, I had them on my own personal call in like 6 to 9 inches. I don't think they're going to get there. I wish they would, but I don't think they're going to get there. Baltimore, I even had around 6 because I thought it would be a little similar to the blizzard of '78 in that regard. But which they got 9 that year. D.C. got 2. You can see how big of a difference that mileage can make. But they're probably going to end up closer to 3 at the end of the day up that way. So I'll have to see what the airports come in with here shortly. But at the moment, that is looking like it'll be the case right around the Chesapeake Bay is going to struggle with this one. Number one area I'll continue to watch is where this band. I mean, this is a nice band right here. So if you live in that circle zone, and I'm mostly looking at kind of Frederick, Maryland, and in fact, if I can zoom in, which of course I can. Nope, that's my arrow. Let me zoom in here, because I'll tell you where I see a nice band forming like as we speak, and that's in eastern portions of Loudoun and kind of extreme southern Frederick or Montgomery County. Pause it here. So I got many radars working hard for us. So we'll zoom in on this area. So if you're in one of these zones covered in blue, this is where radar is picking up some of the heaviest snowfall rates locally right now. So it's kind of this eastern portion of Loudoun County, heading into western portions of Fairfax and extreme southwest Montgomery. And then you got another little batch of it down closer to Prince William and Fairfax. And you have another little bit that's across Montgomery. Starting to get into D.C. I'll have to check on us here in Bethesda. I wasn't too impressed with us here in Bethesda about an hour ago, but I haven't stepped outside since. So I'll step outside and see what we're getting here. But if these guys hang out for another couple of hours, folks in there will do decent with totals and get what we think they were going to get. It's these folks over here, and particularly these folks in this area. Prince George's County, disappointed. Charles, Calvert, St. Mary's, Anne Arundel County. A little disappointed with what I'm seeing so far totals-wise. Don't call the race over till it's over. We have several more hours to watch it. But so far, the numbers I've seen, I would have expected you to be a little bit higher right now. But Montgomery County, Loudoun County, Fairfax County, you guys are doing all right. If not, some of you might even get a little above projections in those zones. So we'll see exactly how this sets up. How we doing?
Well, I mean, if I'm being entirely honest with you, I can't log back into this computer. So in the meantime, I'm kind of frozen on these pictures that I have right now. So I understand you are a busy man and probably have plenty of other things to go do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll a commercial break and then see what I can figure out in those 2 minutes.
All right. Well, if you need me to come back, I'll come back and I'll load in 1,000 more maps and we'll have the weather half hour.
That may be what we do for the rest of this next hour and 43 minutes. Not that I'm counting in any way, shape, or form, but when things start that way, you got to do what you got to do. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to see what we can figure out. We'll be right back. Back here live on Fox Local here. Mike Thomas is working his way back to the Weather Center where he's going to load up some more maps. He's going to rejoin us in the meantime. What you're looking at next to me is our executive producer, Jack, and our digital team, Emmy. They're working hard to get us back on track here. The good thing is you can still see the map satellite and radar scrolling currently. I know we have some people in the Zoom room. I know David Kaplan's been hanging out there. I know Regina Urita's been hanging out there. Melissa Rosario is in the Zoom room as well. We're doing our best. We're doing our best with what we've got. In the meantime, thank you to everyone who has been joining us, and we appreciate it. We'll try to share all of your weather pictures, your weather stories from across the region. In the meantime, though, we are just going to hang out. We're going to have some fun. Melissa can hear me, and I can hear Melissa. I don't know. Chuck McDade is in there, too, from Pepco. Chuck, we appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. We are having some technical issues. But, Chuck, if you can hear me, and I can at least pass the message along to our Fox 5 viewers currently, right now, how is the power situation across the region?
Hey, good evening. So right now the system has minimal impacts. I was just looking at the outage numbers, and we're about 400 or so customers that are impacted. So our crews will be out safely making those repairs to get those lights back on for the customers. But I will say one thing I did notice when I just came in from walking my dog. The roads are starting to get a little slushy around the Rockville area. So if you don't have to drive tonight, stay off the roads, because we don't want anybody to get into an accident, hit our equipment, and inadvertently cause an outage. We want everybody to be safe through the storm. But for right now, minimal impacts to our system, and the ones that are impacted, our crews are working safely to get those lights back on.
So I know Mike has talked about how the winds could pick up as we go through the evening. Is there anything you guys can do from a precautionary measure to try to keep the lights on for people, or is it just more of a react to whatever happens?
Sure. So we have, throughout the year, we have seasonal readiness, right? So for winter time and summer, we go around to where we can and we install tree-resistant cables. So basically, on a night like tonight where there's heavy wet snow on those tree branches, and if they were to come down, those wires can withstand that pressure to prevent an outage. And I will say, if you see an outage, contact us, or experience an outage, contact us right away. Customers are our first line of defense to let us know there's an outage. So you can call us at 877-PEPCO62, or go on our smartphone app, report the outage there, or even text us. That smartphone app will come in handy throughout the storm. So if you do have an outage, you can report it and then get that estimated restoration time for when your lights will come back on. So if you do see down wires, damaged equipment, stay away from that stuff. Always assume that it's live and contact us immediately. This way we can get out there to make those repairs safely.
So, Chuck, the other big thing when it comes to the type of snow that we have, the heavy wet snow obviously can weigh on those tree limbs and make the issues greater. Luckily, we don't have any ice or anything like that, but is that another concern for you guys?
Yeah, we would rather have that fluffy, nice snow that just kind of blows around and doesn't stick on those branches. The wet snow can be an issue. Now, it is kind of windy outside, and it is kind of shaking it off those trees a little bit, but hopefully as the storm progresses, it gets a little bit fluffier, but that heavy wet snow could be an issue. But again, going back to those reliability projects that we do, those tree-resistant cables, we have some bigger projects, like some new substations that serve the Rockville area. We have big projects in the district itself, DC plug and Capitol Grid, that moves all of that sensitive equipment underground. So when we have storms like this, it doesn't impact the system. And one other thing too, customers sometimes will say, oh, my lights are flickering, what's happening? When you see the lights flickering, that's the system doing its job. So basically when they flicker, our smart technology senses that there's a fault or an issue on the system, and it's trying to stop that outage. So when they flicker and your power stays on, that means it stops that fault from spreading the outage. So we have a lot of that smart technology that our operations centers use throughout storms. They're monitoring the system, and their goal is to keep those lights on for everybody.
All right, Chuck McDade, thank you so much for spending a little time with us here on the Live Zone Primetime and rolling with it as we have some tech issues. We're hopefully back in business, so what we're going to do is we're going to take another break. Hopefully during that 2 minutes I can get everything back up and running. We can check in with our team of reporters scattered across the DMV. You're watching our special live continuing coverage of a Fox 5 snow day across the DMV. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Live Zone Primetime, our special Fox 5 Snow Day coverage. David Kaplan holding things down for us in Northern Virginia tonight. David, talk to us about conditions out there, what you're seeing.
Chris, good to be with you. We are here right off the Leesburg Pike. We're near the Dulles Town Center. You just heard Mike Thomas talk about how the western sort of boundaries of the DMV are starting to wind things down. I'm sure that's what the radar says, but certainly can't tell much of that from here in the Dulles area. It is still a steady snow that's falling right here, right off Leesburg Pike. We're here in this gas station, and you can see just behind me the snow that is sticking on the ground. So the chances are pretty good that if your neighborhood is in the area where we are now, west of the district, that is what it is going to look like until there's a crew that gets to it. Come on over here. Let me show you a little bit more of the main thoroughfare. While we were out here hanging out in the last half hour, I did see a plow that made it through. We are going to be very careful here, but take a look. This is the thoroughfare main road here. Plow was through here a little bit ago, and you can still see right there that some slush has accumulated again within the last half hour, even though the plow did make a pass. So that's just a good reminder. And we've heard several school districts in our area indicate that they have gone to a closure for tomorrow. And you're seeing some of the reason why. You know, some of the reports from DC, even just 20 miles east of where we are that they haven't necessarily seen a ton of accumulation, but that is certainly not what we are seeing here, at least from our vantage point, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not the worst thing in the world. Hopefully that, you know, conditions will continue to improve, even though right now things do look a little slushy out there. Mike Thomas has been telling us, you know, some of those eastern regions not quite getting as much as he had anticipated, but as you can see across Northern Virginia. The thing is, David, you know, we just got done with all that snowcrete out there.
Yeah, and look, this is a different storm, and that's definitely something that Mike has hammered home. Gwen was talking about it during our 6 and 7 o'clock newscasts as well. Just the fact that, you know, I hate to say that this is a traditional storm, because Lord knows that figuring out this storm from a meteorological perspective in the days leading up to it was something that was certainly bandied about. But it is more typical, it seems, for our area, in that the temperature is at or around hovering, at or around 0 degrees Celsius, 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Freezing is the word that I'm looking for. Hovering at about that area. And that's important, because that last storm, really, we saw that week of cold right after that facilitated this frustration of not being able to plow as much, because it was hard to get underneath. We learned the word snowcrete, hard to get underneath that snow to clear the roads. We're not going to see that with this storm. I mean, you know, last time around, we had some schools that were out the better part of the week. After that, if not the entire week, we are not going to see that, despite, I think it's fair to say, not going to see that despite the closures that we've seen rolling in. And that's because not only is it going to be less snow, but it's going to fall all as snow. And if you remember with the last storm, it was all ice after that ended. So, and this stuff, I mean, we can clear this. I mean, plows will be able to clear this. Once the snow stops, safe to say that the ice, the salt that they put down after is going to be effective in melting this. So some parents may have a little bit of frustration knowing that tomorrow is a snow day, at least for some districts in the DMV. But I think it is safe to say, and Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, this will not be necessarily a prolonged closure for the districts that have decided to take a little pause on tomorrow, Chris.
Yeah, Mike's shaking his head yes to that, David Kaplan.
I just like the Celsius.
Yeah,
Wait,
exactly. David Kaplan going full.
Going with the metric system.
Look,
out there. I like it.
When you are freezing, sometimes you forget the word freezing, I think is what we've learned in the last 2 minutes here. But no, we're fine. Heated Vest is doing great work, and spirits are remain elevated right now.
David, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you again in another half hour or so.
We'll be here. Sounds good.
Stay warm in the meantime. All right. In the meantime, Mike, we'll take a look at some of those cameras scrolling throughout the region. We'll check in with Regina Ureta coming up. She's in Maryland. David's in Virginia. We'll check in with the Maryland contingent in just a little bit. But in the meantime, if you are just joining us, we've got things back on track, hopefully, for this second half hour of our special snow coverage here on the Live Zone Primetime, streaming on Fox Local and Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. Mike Thomas is, of course, the most important man of the hour, of the day, of the evening, of the next few days as well. So
more, please.
More. Oh, yes. Okay, so right now what we are looking at is we're seeing some purple, pink, and red. Red is the bad stuff.
Red is the bad stuff.
Red is the bad stuff.
I'm showing you the watches and the warnings, and I'll run you through totals. Again, so far, the honest truth is I'm disappointed with this storm in many locations. Now, David was right. There are some areas where it certainly is coming down as expected, but I would say across much of the area, particularly those just to the east of D.C., across parts of Prince George's, Calvert, Charles, St. Mary's. Definitely thought they would be getting a little bit more than I'm seeing on the ground right now. And sometimes that is how it goes, but you want to be honest here and just say, I'm disappointed in some of the totals I'm seeing. Now, that being said, some of the totals that I am seeing that have come out from the National Weather Service within the last hour or so, BWI as of 7 o'clock, so they've been snowing since then, but an hour and a half ago, they were only up to an inch of snow. I would have expected more there. Prince Frederick also. Now, this was a 5:30 report, so they should have added since then, but they were at an inch at 5:30. 7 o'clock, let's see, Cecil County, 1.5. That's pretty far north. Some of the higher amounts up towards, say, Newmarket, where about 3 inches was reported on the ground as of 7:10. Some 4-inch reports from northern Frederick County, 7:30 this evening. Let's see if I can move into Virginia. Well, I'll get a little closer to home. 7 o'clock observations. Montgomery County, Gaithersburg, and Potomac both reporting over an inch of snow as of 7 o'clock this evening. And those seem to be some of the more recent ones. Fairfax County, Herndon, Virginia, leading the pack at 2.3 there in Fairfax County. And in Ashburn and Loudoun County, 2 inches. Countryside, Loudoun County, 2. And where David is there, Leesburg, 1.9 inches of snow reported on the ground. Highest elevations got what we were actually expecting. So, and we were forecasting for the mountains. We nailed it there. Wintergreen got 6 inches, and then Rappahannock County, Four-Way got 5 inches. So certainly those elevated areas out to the west were much easier to forecast with the storm compared to what we're seeing elsewhere. So as we look at this map, obviously where do you want to be if you're a snow lover? You want to be in the red. That's where the blizzard warnings are from Boston, New York, Long Island, all of New Jersey. And then down, I think it's the first time New Jersey's been completely under a blizzard warning in 10 years. Delaware's all under blizzard warnings, and much of our eastern shore is. Though just off to the east of the bay, some of those locations probably going to come in below the 10-inch numbers that they were maybe thinking there. They'll still get a bigger snow on the eastern shore than we will here in Washington. Close in view. Winter storm warnings. I'll give credit to the National Weather Service. They did good leaving D.C., southern Montgomery, Prince George's, and Charles in advisories. Fairfax, no school tomorrow, but you all were also left in advisories for snow. When you get a winter storm warning, that means the Weather Service believes that you have a good shot at 5 inches or more of snow. If you are a winter weather advisory, that's a disruptive snow, but less than 5 inches. And I don't think we're getting 5 inches, D.C., southern Montgomery, Prince George's. Chief Barnes was talking to Chief Barnes not that long ago. And
I prefer tick-tock-tuck.
Tick-tock, oh yeah, tick-tock-tuck. Chief Barnes, tick-tock-tuck. He reported a viewer who just wrote into him from Silver Spring who said they got about 3 inches of snow on the ground in Silver Spring. So that gets us into the range there. But we're not in the range everywhere that I would have liked to see, folks. Again, I like to keep it honest. So I call a spade a spade. When I think we're busting, I'm going to say I think we're busting. We're not busting everywhere, but I think in many areas, totals are going to come in a little lower than expectations. And the reason why has a lot to do with where this storm developed compared to the model average. It is developing a little bit farther to the west. Give some credit if you were following the models. We had our American model, European model, so many models. And the ones that got D.C. into the higher totals were much farther to the west with this storm. Instead, it's farther to the east, sort of like the European was saying. And that has led to lower snowfall totals. I think even compared to what the European was saying, I'm seeing a lot of lower snowfall totals. So, again, tough spot to be on the developing edge of these low pressure systems, because when you end up in a zone where as it's going to be strengthening more as it heads to the north like this. So it'll be at its strongest when it's up in this area here. And when you're due west of that, you are pulling down so much dry air that you're ruining the snowfield. And essentially, we're just ruining our snowfield a little faster than we thought we would. Now, not everybody is dealing with those issues. And there is still a very nice band of snow as we look at Storm Tracker radar that's setting up in this general area right now. I mean, even including D.C. in that. I'll have to step outside here in Bethesda and see how we're doing. I haven't in the last 2 hours. 2 hours ago, I wasn't impressed. We'll see if I step out.
Okay.
If I'm not a little bit more impressed out that way. But we'll zoom in here. Big picture showing you the temperatures too. Locations that are closer to the freezing mark. You see Gaithersburg at 32. DC's hanging out at 33, so we're just above. The only way you're going to get decent accumulations like you saw in Leesburg at 33 degrees is if you're snowing heavily enough that you can pile it up faster than the ground can melt it. And in some of these locations out to the west, where, you know, temperatures, Culpeper 36 degrees, you're not going to pile it up down there. Leonardtown, Annapolis, temperatures still above freezing. You've occasionally gotten to some better rates, but in a lot of spots there, you're above freezing, and the snowfall rates have been a little lower than expected. So that's not going to pile it up. Same deal with Baltimore. They're at 33. But all these locations on the eastern shore at 32 are going to do much, much better out that way.
Okay.
So heavy snow. Do you want me to wrap up?
I want you to go outside, check out conditions like you said you hadn't done. We'll check back in with you at the top of the next hour. But I do want to get out to Regina Ureta. She has been in Maryland, so I want to bring her into the conversation. Regina, if you can hear me, thank you so much for your patience hanging out with us here. You're live on the Live Zone primetime tonight. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm going to move over here closer to the light so you can kind of, just because here it's really dark, visibility is pretty low, and that's kind of been a problem here for drivers who are actually out on the road at this time. Especially some of the cars here who are driving here. This is actually a Broadway road. We're very close to it on is that all these shops and most of these grocery stores, as well as some fast food restaurants, they've closed pretty early. And of course, it could be because of this weather. I can tell you, it is pretty miserable to be out here, and we are going up against this wind. So that snow is kind of hitting our face, pretty unbearable at this time. And then when you mix in those freezing temperatures, it's pretty cold out here. But I mean, look at this grass still out there that we're kind of getting. This is just a grass area. You can see just how much snow has kind of already sort of painted certain areas here in Waldorf, Maryland. And it very quickly transformed this area. And as we've been here for the past 3.5 hours, it has, again, quickly transformed the area. So you can see that snow right here. They've continued to also clear up the streets for drivers, as it can easily become a serious problem for people who are driving at this time. Another thing that I'm also seeing is that if you have your car parked, it'll completely be just covered in snow. So that's something that we've kind of seen with these Tesla parked right here as they're charging their vehicles, and see just some of these cars that have been covered in this white layer. So we're very close to a Wawa here. We've continued to see people coming into this gas station trying to get some supplies. People who have been trying to get things to clear up their cars if it's been covered with snow. And another thing that I've kind of been looking at is just people who have been trying to layer up as much as they can. Again, these temperatures, they are freezing. We're noticing that wind. And as you sort of just stand out here, you can really see the level of intense just cold and wintry temperatures that we continue to deal with all day. Now, I didn't start my day here in Waldorf. We were actually in Annapolis, and in that area, it was very different. So when we started in Annapolis, it was steady rain. It was something that we had been talking about, that this was going to be rain and that it was slowly going to be shifting into snow. And so we were tracking the snow, didn't see much in Annapolis, but things are changing very quickly. And at this point, we are seeing snow in different parts of Maryland. And obviously, as you can see right here, just so much that is already covered in certain areas and sidewalks and just grass area. And then, of course, on the road, visibility has been, again, a really tough issue for people. And when you have those winds that are sort of slowly, just not even slowly, but strongly just pulling the snow onto your windshield, it also causes even poor visibility. I do want to talk about the adjacent county, Calvert County. And I'm going to sort of just walk through my notes here because this is something that we've been kind of seeing because of these winds and also these extreme weather. So we do know that this was a deadly crash in Sunderland. This happened on Sunday afternoon. Calvert police say a tree fell onto a truck, crushing it while 3 people were inside. It happened just before 4:40 p.m. at Route 2 and Aspenwood Drive. So 911 callers actually reported this. The tree that came down on top of the vehicle was trapping all 3 people in the car. Now, according to Calvert police, when crews arrived, they actually found that truck pinned under the tree, and firefighters, they really tried to work quickly to free the victims, but police say, unfortunately, 2 of the people who were trapped in that car died at the scene. Now, that 3rd person was still trapped at the time, and firefighters, they had to find other ways to kind of get this person out of the car. They extricated him, but they had to transport this person to the hospital with serious injuries. Now, this comes again as winds continue to move through the region. Officials are advising and strongly recommending that you take extra caution when being out here. It's not the time to be walking around. We're out here because we want to show you how these conditions are, and I can tell you, it is pretty visible. You can't really see much out here. I really feel for the drivers who have to be out here. Some people, they need to drive, they have somewhere to be, but if you don't have to be, I recommend that you try to stay inside. So we're seeing just several people out here who are trying to make it home. But again, this is just one of the places that we've kind of seen people coming in and out, and usually a gas station is where they're trying to just get some emergency supplies to get things as quick as possible to get out and of course come home or go to the destination that they need to go. Again, I want to talk about just how much that snowfall is kind of pelting onto your face. It doesn't feel great. It just feels like small ice, just kind of like those crushed ice just coming onto your face. That's what it feels like. That wind is just blowing onto you. I do have to tell you, Chris, I'm from California. This is my first time dealing with something like this.
I was
never
just
before dealing with this, and I'm really trying the best I can. And of course,
you're doing a phenomenal. You're doing a wonderful job, and I was going to mention that because I started following you on Instagram literally today because you're one of our newest Fox 5 family members, and I saw California Girl on there, and I was like, oh, okay, that's. Hopefully she had all of her Fox 5 gear. So we'll let you go get warm and get some of that snow out of your face. I did want to call on Miles Hamill. Miles, if you can hear me and unmute, tell me where you're watching from and show me what you've got going on where you are.
Yeah, we're down here in Hustle, Virginia right now, just east of Fredericksburg. It is coming down quite hard out here.
Yeah,
we're right in between Fredericksburg and Tappahannock, Virginia. It's coming down.
Yeah, it looks like it. And hopefully, I mean, it's a Sunday night. It's 8:45. Hopefully you've got nowhere to go for now, right?
Yeah, for now, there's just chilling out in the house. It's we just got our power back on. It's been a little rough for the past couple hours, but we're back.
All right. Well, we appreciate you joining us live here tonight on the Live Zone Primetime and showing us what it's like where you are. Go inside, get warm. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right. We want to move on. We want to bring Emily DeTita into our conversation now. She's the Strategic Communications Manager for Montgomery County Department of Transportation. Emily, thanks so much for spending some time with us here.
Of course, happy to be here.
Okay, so Emily, talk to us a little bit about what the Maryland Department of Transportation is seeing on this snowy Sunday night.
So Montgomery County Department of Transportation, we a lot of snow. It's coming down. Our snow plow started about an hour ago activating all around the county. We have about 5,400 miles to cover overnight, so they'll be actively plowing. And then we hope to get to residential roads sometime in the morning, depending on how much snow we get.
So obviously we heard Mike say that, this isn't quite shaping up to be the storm that we here in the DMV necessarily thought, but obviously the Eastern Shore is getting hit much harder than maybe Montgomery County might be. So talk to me a little bit. Obviously, Montgomery County had a huge swath of area to deal with. So what are you guys seeing in some of the northern areas versus closer here to Bethesda, the DMV?
We're expecting a little bit more snow up in the northwest area of the county. If you think like Poolesville, 2 to 4 inches everywhere else. And it's certainly coming down now. It'll warm up a little bit tomorrow. So we're not expecting to have like the ice that we had for the last storm. So we actually have, we're great at snow plowing. It's the ice that really gets us. So it shouldn't be a problem this time around. All of our plows, we have about 500 plows on the road right now, and they're all active, and they'll be going all night to clear primary roads first. Just make sure that emergency vehicles can get to all houses. And then once those are done and it stops snowing, we'll move over to residential roads.
So when we had our last big snow event and ice event, obviously it was more the ice than the snow. There were some complaints about like tracking the snow plows. Any issues this time around?
No, those issues have been resolved. We actually have people calling in and checking and putting in that information. So it's all updated, and that glitch or not has been resolved. So they should be able to check the snow portal and get accurate updates on percentages of done.
Okay. And if people are seeing any issues where they are, what is the best way for them to either contact you or let you know that they need to see some plows in their activity in their areas?
Yeah, so we have MC311 is the kind of county number to call into. However, we're not actually taking calls in until the plowing is finished. So we're going through and we're going to be plowing all neighborhoods probably throughout the morning and afternoon tomorrow, maybe even into some of the evening hours. And at that point, when we finish, we'll start accepting 311 calls for service for missed streets and things like that. And then we'll go back out and wrap those up.
All right, Emily, thanks so much for spending some time with us here on the Live Zone Primetime. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
All right. In the meantime, Crystal is in the Zoom room as well. Crystal, this is Chris at Fox 5. Can you hear me? Crystal, I think you're muted. If you can hear me, Crystal. If you can unmute. Crystal, this is Chris at Fox 5. If you can hear me, can you unmute, please? We're seeing the snow where you are, but we can't hear you currently. All right, while we wait for Crystal, let's check in with Melissa Rosario. Melissa's our MVP of the Zoom room. Melissa, how you're in Maryland, I believe, right?
I am in PG County, Laurel. It's sticking, but it's turning into rain, and it's really not piling up. The windshields are covered in the vehicles that are parked in front of the building, but other than that, it's not really sticking to the floor. It is extremely cold. Like I've been wearing socks and sweatpants and even 2 blankets, but it's been cold. It's like the temperature just dropped very quickly.
Yeah. And that was one of the things they warned about would be happening overnight. So there is the risk, obviously, that, whatever's on the ground could freeze. And that's part of the reason that emergency crews asking people to stay off the roads if they don't have to be on them. So
I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying home. I'm not going anywhere. I talked this morning
we like to hear that. All right, DT is in the Zoom room as well. DT, if you can hear me and you can unmute, talk to me about where you're watching from and what things are like where you are. All right, well, we wait for DT to unmute. Crystal, it looks like Crystal is unmuted now. Crystal, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Tell us where
great.
Where are you watching from?
I am in the southern Prince George's County part of Maryland, and I'm trying to focus in so you guys can see what our parking lot looks like. I went out a few seconds ago while I was waiting to unmute, and unfortunately ours is turning into ice over here. It's pretty slick.
Yeah.
So it's looking and also feeling like the temperatures are beginning to drop. So I'm very grateful that there's delays for students tomorrow and also government workers. So I'll be resting right here at home. I also get the telework option. So I think I'll just be sitting in with a cup of tea, looking out.
Yeah, that sounds like the right way to do it if you have the option. I do know that Maryland Governor Wes Moore declared a state of emergency. Maryland state government is closed. Charles County schools are closed on Monday. And we, of course, are keeping an eye on all those other closings and delays as they come in. So how did you make out in the last storm? Were you homebound for
I was homebound. And again, I was fortunate enough to be able to telework. So I was in the entire time. So I was very grateful for the telework option, because I'm telling you, Chris, this type of, from the last, winter storm we had, that snow was a bit kind of different.
Yeah.
That ice did not like melt down, like it should have. And I guess due to the state, being closed, we didn't have people to come out to plow the snow. So therefore, it just kept refreezing like over and over again. So luckily, the kids were out of school. I was able to telework. So we just decided to stay in. So I was in the entire week.
All right.
So.
Well, stay safe, stay warm. We appreciate you not only tuning in, but also sharing what it's like in your neighborhood. Just a reminder to anyone out there watching, you can do the same. All you need to do is scan that QR code. It'll bring you into the Zoom room. Turn your camera on, leave your mic off. We'll bring you in, and then you can share. You can be a meteorologist just like Tick Tock Tuck and Mikey Thomas here at Fox 5,
Yes.
or you can be like a reporter, David Kaplan and Regina Ureta. We're going to leave you with some of these live pictures from all across the region. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll check back in with Mike Thomas once again as we approach the 9 o'clock hour of our coverage, a Fox 5 special coverage here on the Live Zone Primetime. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Zone Primetime, our special snow coverage. Thank you to everyone who is watching, streaming on Fox Local and Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. You may have seen we've been checking in with some of our viewers from across the region through our Zoom room. You can also share pictures through Megaphone. This is our InstaShare. All you got to do is scan the QR code you see in the top right corner of the screen. You can submit your pictures and your videos. That one from Bill Wolf a little earlier today. Tom Middleton sharing his snowmen for Trump, not fazed by Hernando. Coming down steady here in southern Maryland. This one from Teresa Gale Holcomb. And then we've got one picture coming in from on top of Blue Mountain. An hour later, that video coming in from Laura F. Thank you to everyone sharing their pictures and videos. We're approaching the top of the hour, so we do want to get back to our weather team. Gwen joining us now live in the Live Zone Primetime. Gwen, thank you so much for spending some time with us. It's obviously been a busy day for you guys here in the Weather Center. It has been a busy season for you guys as well.
Well, you know, I thought we got all of our winter in one wall up in January. I guess I'm wrong. Mother Nature made another decision.
So. I was hoping so, but.
And I think also the fact that we're just at the point where all of that snow was almost out of the way. People shoveling out, got your car free, everything is great, don't have to worry about it, and then boom.
Full spring, as we like to call it around here, when we get that little taste of warmer weather, everybody out gets their car washed, and then boom, here we go.
Here we go.
Another round of it. So let's dive right in.
All right. So taking a look at what's going on, this is our satellite radar composite, and you can see on here that wide swath of precipitation that's moving its way through. That is our system. And, you know, right now, everybody is seeing something. Whether it's, you know, just a little bit of the mix or the rain or the snow, everybody is seeing something. But you know, as we've been saying, before it's all said and done, it's going to be all snow, and it'll be all snow all night. So this is going to last right through into your Monday. And where you see that darker blue, those little bandings that are setting up, that's where we're getting some heavier, moderate to heavier snowfall that's coming down. And that's going to be an implication for us in terms of what our totals might end up being. So we're watching that pretty closely because it kind of looks like there's some areas where we might be a bit of a bust on what we had anticipated. But when that banding sets up, that has the potential to swing things in a little different direction. One of the things that we spoke about earlier was the fact that this is a temperature-driven forecast. And what I mean by that is, you know, what's coming down isn't going to start to accumulate until the surface temperatures are at freezing or below. And that's why earlier today we saw it coming down, but it wasn't sticking. And I had people say to me, well, it's coming down, but it's not staying around. It'll be fine. And I'm going to like, hold your horses there. No, that's not quite the way this works. So just so that you're very aware of that. So here's a look at the temperatures with that satellite imagery for you. 33 in the city, 33 at Dallas, 34 at Manassas, Winchester at 32, and we've got 33 at Baltimore and 32 at Leonardtown this hour. Now, these are the air temperatures, not the surface temperatures, but that's where it's going to make a difference, is in those surface temperatures. Here's a simulation on our graph model. This actually wants to pull it out a little earlier than our other models were doing. By about 6, 7 in the morning, this wants to pull it out. And then if you have any plans of heading to Boston or New York or New Jersey, think twice, because it's really going to be slamming up there. Over to our west, over the higher elevations, West Virginia Panhandle, they'll still get their fair share over there as well. But this is what's going to be happening. And then we're going to have clouds for the rest of the day before we start to get any kind of sunshine. But this particular model wants to give us these numbers, which are very much on the lower end. But as I said, this is just a model setup, number one. And number two, with that banding, these numbers could be totally out of the window. We had forecast a window, an area, I should say, along the I-95 corridor of anywhere from 3 to 6. And so we kind of think that with that banding setup, we're probably going to get some amounts that'll kind of fall a little bit closer within that realm. And here's what we've gotten so far. 2 inches in Ashburn, Virginia already, 1.3 at Gaithersburg, Boonesboro, Maryland, 4.1, an inch at Falls Church, and an inch just over for Fairfax, Virginia. Now, bear in mind, this is also amid some pretty gusty winds that are out there. So it really is impacting our visibility. So this is what your visibility is. I hope you're not going out on the roads tonight. I really hope you're not. But if you really feel for some reason it's a must, well, Annapolis has only got 1.5 mile of visibility, 2.5 at Quantico, only 3/4 of a mile visibility at Dulles this hour. That's the same for Baltimore, 1.5 at Frederick and 2.5 at Hagerstown. Only 3 miles of visibility in the district. I know you won't be flying anywhere tonight. Let's put that in perspective, because with that kind of visibility out there, the gusty winds and what's coming down, I'm sure that there are hundreds of cancellations that are going on, and definitely with due cause. So here's a look at the current temperatures. 34 at Manassas, 33 in the city, 33 at Martinsburg, 32 at Winchester, Baltimore at 33, and 32 at Leonardtown. And there is still some winter weather alerts. Now, that winter weather advisory has been pulled back some from our western areas along I-66 to the south. That's a good thing. But it still is in effect for the district all the way down I-95 to Colonial Beach. Winter storm warning still in effect over West Virginia Panhandle to the Allegheny front and then to the north. That includes the Baltimore corridor, Loudoun County still under it, but the advisory now extended over to Anne Arundel County as well. Lower southern Maryland still under that warning, and then the blizzard warning over Delmarva, and that moving its way up towards I'd say the New Jersey corridor toward New York area. They're going to be dealing with that. And a lot of that has to do with those winds also. So 24-hour temperature change pretty significant as well. We're actually anywhere from 1 to up to 10 degrees colder this hour than we were yesterday at this time. And there's been some wind chills. And so it doesn't feel like it's sub-zero by any means, but it does feel like it's only in the 20s. So it feels like it's some 10 degrees colder than it is in terms of the air temperature. So feeling like it's only 23 if you were to step outside at D.C. or Dallas, 25 at Hagerstown, 24 at Martinsburg, and 25 at Baltimore. So here's your lows for tonight. We're talking into the 30s, of course, and these are the air temperatures. As I said, those surface temperatures need to drop to 0 or below for that snow to stick, but we don't see any reason why that's not going to happen tonight at all, because that colder air is just making itself right at home. So forecast, snow, moderate to heavy, gusty cold winds in the forecast at 32 degrees. And here's a look at your planner right through until tomorrow. Take a look at the 10 and the 1. That 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. is an indicative of just how gusty the winds are going to be. So those are wind alerts, all right? And when we speak about those winds, as I said, they are expected to be gusting fairly strong. There you are from 9 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon. The same story. Those are wind alerts. So your highs tomorrow, we're calling for 41 in the city, 37 at Dallas, 39 at Manassas, 36 at Frederick, Martinsburg at 39, and Winchester at 39 as well. Look at the winds. So as we get into about 10:30 tonight, 37 mile per hour gusts at Dulles and at Winchester. 40 for Culpeper. 40 mile per hour wind gusts by the 11:30 hour expected for Dulles. 39 at Manassas. 41 at Fredericksburg. 44 at Quantico. If you're sleeping, you're going to hear things rattling around if you didn't batten down the hatches and secure things outside, I'm telling you. Look at this. This pattern continues into early Monday. 40 mile per hour winds Monday at 8 o'clock in the morning. Culpeper 40, 39 at Frederick. So as I said, we're not getting a break from these winds with the snow coming down. And this is also a wind coming from the northwest. So this is a cold wind as well. Right through 2 in the afternoon, those winds still in the 30 range. And, you know, I want to tell you that these winds are going to be strong right into Tuesday. They're going to get a little bit what we call in the breezy category by Tuesday, as they're going to be into the upper 20s. But these 36 mile per hour wind gusts, and there you have it at 2:30 in the morning on Tuesday. Here's the 7-day forecast. Do I have good news ahead? Of course I do. You know me, I call it the weather buffet. There's always something for everyone. So by the time we get rid of this snow on Tuesday, we've got some sunshine for you. Still going to be breezy and chilly at 38 degrees only. And then we get that gradual warm up. And we're flirting with 60 degrees by the time we get to next Sunday. That's not bad. But in between, a little bit of action going on. What's not on here that you won't see is that Tuesday, by about 1 in the morning till about pre-dawn on Wednesday, there's a chance of getting a little bit of snow. Ugh. Thursday, we're talking some rainfall. Friday, we've got some sun and clouds to the end of the week. So let's just focus on you being safe tonight and tomorrow, absolutely. First and foremost. That's what's important.
Safe tonight and tomorrow. Gwen, thank you so much for sharing the forecast. And, of course, you can get it anytime on Fox Local, fox5dc.com. We'll check back in with you coming up at about 9:30. In the meantime, Pauline, this is Chris. If you can hear me, we are looking at your live picture right now. Pauline, where are you watching from?
Hi, I'm watching from Arlington, Virginia.
Arlington, Virginia. How are things looking in Arlington, Virginia tonight?
Well, we really thought it was going to be a soft snow, but it turns out it's actually building up quite fast, and we were not expecting this much snow. I'm
Oh, well, have you heard whether you any chance of a delay or any working from home option?
Yes, there's a delay for 10 a.m. Arrival, so we'll see
Okay.
how that goes.
Well, hopefully things will clear up quickly once the sun comes up and once those temperatures start to warm up. Pauline, thanks so much for joining us and sharing your perspective out there in Arlington.
Thank you.
All right, let's check in with David Kaplan now. David Kaplan back in the car, warming up hopefully a little bit, David.
Oh, let's head back into the mixer, Chris. I'm sorry. I was just hanging out waiting. We got to show you what's going on out here, right?
David, that's the beauty of this show is anything can happen at any given moment, baby.
Live TV, baby. Here we go. All right, look, we are right here on the Leesburg Pike, standing out here in Loudoun County. This is what this parking lot looks like. Take a look right here. This is the concrete barrier for the bank. That's about where we're at, right here. I would call that 2 inches or so from right here where we are now. There's a plow guy over here working. Just kind of good to give you some perspective of what he is doing and how the work will be ahead for the crews trying to clear the roads tomorrow, as I try not to wipe out walking towards him. This is just a patient first, urgent care facility. So clearly they want to make sure that people are safe if they're coming to get medical help. But look, you can see this driver has made a pass with this plow, and it's that kind of level where it's getting down to slush. It's they're clearing the roads pretty well. I've covered enough snowstorms to know that the combination of what they're doing now, even with this slushy type layer with some salt on the back end of it, that's where you make real progress for all of this. So definitely just worth keeping that in mind. One other thing that I noticed, and we talked about it, the power situation is still just fine. This line here looks to be hanging a little bit low. I don't know what exactly happened here, but you can see a little bit of droop there. So some of this snow is a little bit heavier. And again, not saying that's unsafe. That might be what that always looks like. It just got my attention and I wanted to share that with you. But the big picture here is that things are still pretty steady out here, that not much has changed with the dynamics. You can see it's pretty quiet behind me at this point. I'm going to try and make sure and see if my phone can kind of capture as I look up at this light. Hopefully you can kind of see just with the light, the way these flurries are falling. This is a little bit of a lighter snow compared to what we saw a couple of hours ago. But it's definitely still falling, Chris. And one more thing while I come over here to just untreated roads. You know, we're seeing a lot of delays and cancellations tomorrow. Lord knows we've covered all the areas, the jurisdictions in the DMV saying that they are going to do all they can throughout the night to stay on top of everything. But this is just a little bit, even the like 1 inch that is sticking, it's going to take some labor to move that. So that's definitely, if I had to guess, part of the reason we're seeing some delays and even some school closings coming on in, Chris.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me one bit, David. Obviously, safety is the top priority, especially when it comes to kids getting to school. And I know there's been a lot of frustration because there's been a lot of time off for a lot of students after that last round of snow and ice that we saw, but always better safe than sorry. David, stay warm. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. We do want to stay in Virginia, though. Deputy City Manager for Alexandria, Emily Baker, joining us now live on the Live Zone Primetime. Emily, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. All right. So talk to us. Thank you so much, first and foremost, for spending some time with us here on this Sunday night. Talk to us a little bit about conditions in Alexandria.
Well, right now the conditions are a little slushy. As you've been showing, the snow is sticking mostly to cars and grass, but we are seeing some starting to stick to the roadways. We've been mobilized since 4 a.m. this morning. We've got over 40 trucks with plows and salt spreaders out, as well as a lot of smaller equipment and crews with shovels. We're focusing on our schools, on city facilities, sidewalks around metro stations and bus stops right now. And so we think we're going to be in good shape.
I apologize that I don't already know the answer to this, but has there been any word from the school system about any closings or delays?
The school system has announced a 2-hour delay in Alexandria.
Okay. And so obviously you guys will be working throughout the night to get roads clear ahead of time?
Yes, that's right. And we're just asking your viewers who live in Alexandria to try and stay off the roads while our plows are out. And if you can park your car in your driveway, make more room for us to safely come by to plow and treat, we really would appreciate that.
Can I ask a really dumb question just from my limited experience with being in like these areas of Old Town, Alexandria? There are some roads down there that are like cobblestone. Does that present an additional challenge when it comes to snow removal?
Well, we are really careful. We are very proud of our cobblestone streets, and we try to take very good care of them. We just use special equipment and a very gentle touch when we're plowing those streets.
Understood. Any other messages that you want to send to all of our viewers out there? If they have any issues, any neighborhoods that haven't seen those sort of plows, is there a way for them to contact you and spread the word?
Yes, we encourage people to go to email Alex311, go to our website, and when during normal business hours, you can call 311, and we're happy to take those concerns so that we can address them.
All right. Emily, thank you so much for spending some time with us here on the Live Zone Primetime and spreading the word.
All right. Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. In the meantime, when we come back, we're going to check in with our Zoom room. We've got some new faces in there as well. We're also going to get an update on what is a snow tradition here in the DMV. We are talking about the big snowball fights that always get planned. Unfortunately, this year, or this snow, I should say, it might not be ideal conditions. We'll get an update coming up in 2 minutes. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Live Zone Primetime on this Sunday night, a rare Sunday night edition of the Live Zone Primetime. But as you're taking a look at some of these live pictures from all across not only the region but the Northeast, you see the snow coming down and you know why we are on the air, because Fox 5 does snow coverage better than anybody else. And part of the reason that we have such great snow coverage is because we have such great viewers who have been joining me all night long, sharing conditions in their neighborhoods. And right now we have Wesley. Wesley is live on the Live Zone Primetime. Wesley, where are you watching from tonight? Warsaw, Virginia, coming down pretty good out there. Yeah, so how long has it been coming down? How much do you think you have?
Well, we ran up to the grocery store earlier, and it wasn't snowing too bad. Now that'll be at least 2-3 inches of nice slushy wet snow out here.
2-3 inches of slushy wet snow out there. How were the roads when you went to the grocery store?
Well, the roads are fine earlier, but
That's the best. That's the best way to spend a Sunday night, especially a snowy Sunday night. Wesley, thanks so much for showing us how things are in Warsaw, Virginia tonight. All right, thank you. All right, let's head closer to the DMV now because Dennis joins us now live. Dennis is one of the organizers of the big snowball fight that people here in the DMV love to have every time it snows. But Dennis, we checked in with you a little earlier in the day, and we were hoping maybe the snow potential would be there, but unfortunately it didn't pan out, did it?
Yeah, Chris, thanks for having me. So we were watching the forecast for the last, 2-3 days. It kept on changing. The last forecast last night, we thought that we would have pretty good conditions to do something like after dinner, 8-9 p.m. And as the day progressed today, DC has been having nothing but this horrible, horrible rain. And I'm super jealous for everybody in the suburbs in Virginia, in Montgomery County, for getting all this gorgeous, absolutely amazing snow that would be so perfect for snowball fights. But unfortunately, there is nothing in DC but very, very swampy parkland.
Yeah, that is, obviously this is one of those things. You guys are actually celebrating a milestone this year, if I remember correctly, from our previous snowstorm, because take us back to the beginning of this tradition. When did this DC snowball fight really, really start?
So the famous Snowmageddon of 2010, that's when we had the original DuPont Circle snowball fights, when we had, somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 people. Nobody was counting just because there was just a sea of people throughout the day. And then we kind of used the social media tools, and it stuck around just like good snow. But unfortunately, this year is the craziest because this is the third time this season that we are hoping for a snowball fight, and we end up canceling it. In December, we had to cancel because there was not enough snow. Then last month, we had to cancel because the snow turned into ice, even though a few people went out and had a little bit of fun. And today, we didn't get any snow and no accumulation. It's just a really, really weird winter this year.
So, Dennis, have you thought about having like satellite locations? Because obviously, depending on where you are in the DMV can make such a difference when it comes to snow totals. We just showed, north and east, obviously getting much heavier, wetter snow. South a little bit as well in Northern Virginia. Like you said, DC, not just seeing a lot of wet rain. So have you thought about expanding a little bit into some of those suburbs?
Indeed, and we actually tried it back during the most recent large blizzard that we had back in 2016. We actually ended up having about a half a dozen, if not more, satellite locations around the DMV just because there was so much snow and everybody wanted to enjoy it. But unfortunately, the big problem has always been that we've been focused around Facebook. I mean, you can see I'm not a spring chicken. I grew up with Facebook. The entire team grew up with Facebook, and it's been hard to manage events with multiple locations at the same time through Facebook. So this year, there are a couple of new organizing tools for events that came out. We set them up, and we're actually hoping for another big blizzard this season where we could use them. And they're good to go. Hopefully, if we're going to have another freak snowstorm in mid-March, as it has happened in the past, when this winter has been delivering a lot of precipitation. So we're not discounting the March surprise. So if something happens when we know a couple of days in advance that we're definitely getting a lot of snow that covers the entire DMV, we're looking for more people in the suburbs to come and tell us, hey guys, we've got this awesome park that people can walk to, or it's a relatively safe drive to get to the park. And we'll definitely set up more events so that everybody can enjoy these massive snowball fights that we get to have in DC, where the density of people is just so great. And it's so much easier when people can just walk to a park in the neighborhood as opposed to driving and acting a little bit irresponsibly on the roads. So people's safety is our number one concern, but we're definitely open to expanding throughout the DMV.
Dennis, where did your love for snow and snowball fights come from? Have you always been passionate about this?
So I guess you can tell from my accent I did not grow up in the U.S. It's crazy how far north I grew up. So I'm used to having snow. Well, I mean, used to. I was 16 when I moved to the U.S. But my entire childhood, I always experienced snow for 2-3 months of the year. And the Snowmageddon was the first time when I got to experience this much snow in DC. I lived in New York previously, where New York gets all the amazing blizzards. My family's getting ready to dig themselves out as we speak. So yeah, and like DC weather when DC weather delivers, we're just having fun and being kids again.
Yeah, I think a lot of people can relate to that because snow is one of those things. Unfortunately, some people love it, some people hate it. It totally depends on whether you got to go to work, you got to go to school, and deal with the traffic and everything like that. From your experience, how does the DMV handle snowstorms?
It really varies. I mean, we all have suffered through the past month and about a week, actually. So funny thing that you asked about it. So about a week after the snowstorm, we were still seeing a bunch of reports of people not being able to cross sidewalks, not being able to go to grocery stores, get to work, etc. So we actually set up an app called Snow Posse, and we had some success with it, where like a lot of people reported where snow needed to be cleared, but unfortunately not enough people have been signing up to help clear out like public sidewalks, public crossings. So if we've got a new snowstorm, like new blizzard coming in the coming month or maybe next season, we've got an amazing tool to get community together and actually take care of one another and get this done when the city and like municipalities fail, unfortunately, on dealing with snow.
If people want more information and follow along with you guys in your adventures and learn about that next snowball fight, if or when it happens, how can they do that?
We've got Facebook, we've got Instagram, we've got Twitter. We also set up the Spotify thing, which is like an invitation website, but you can follow us as an organization there, and you're going to get updates when we call another snowball fight. But Facebook and Instagram and Twitter are by far our most common tools where we get the most up-to-date updates, just because they're designed for that, and it's a lot easier to communicate on there.
All right,
so
Dennis, thank you.
Snowball Fight Association is how you find us.
All right, Dennis from the DC Snowball Fight Association, thank you so much for spending some time with us here on this Sunday night. Good luck. I'll be sending good vibes. I'll be putting good vibes out into the atmosphere, and I'll check in with Mike and Tick-Tock-Tock. Hopefully they can deliver a good snow so that you guys can have a 2026 snowball fight.
Not just us, it's everybody. I think everybody wants to have a lot of fun.
All right, sounds great. All right, in the meantime, we're going to move over. We're going to check in with Wayne. Wayne has been hanging out in our Zoom room showing off the snow where you are. Wayne, where are you watching from tonight?
Hi, this is from Fairfax County.
Fairfax County?
Yeah, Herndon area.
Herndon area, Fairfax County. And is the snow still coming down there, or has it started to taper off?
Yeah, still coming. So we're waiting more.
All right, so you are expecting more, but it looks like a lot of those cars are covered. It looks like a lot of those sidewalks in the parking lot is covered as well. Have you heard? Do you have work in the morning? Do you have to wake up? Do you have to deal with shoveling and getting your car cleared off, or do you get to have a little bit of a slower morning on Monday?
Oh, luckily I'm home with my baby, so I really enjoy with my kids. Fairfax County is closed, so they're so happy. They're staying home with me,
okay,
so they can have a snowball fighting. They were happy with that.
All right, that sounds wonderful. Thank you so much for your patience. Thanks for hanging out here. Thanks for spending some time with us and showing us what things look like in Herndon County, Virginia. We're going to take another quick break. We're going to leave you with some of these live pictures from all across the region. I mean, that one shows you right there that things aren't looking great outside, but I think it's a little bit on the over-dramatic side. Annapolis, Maryland just looks dark. But we will keep an eye on the conditions as the snow continues to fall on this Sunday night as we approach 9:30. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll check in with Regina Ureta. She has been checking out conditions in Maryland. We'll be right back. to our special Sunday night snow coverage here on Fox Local and Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. This is the Live Zone Primetime. I'm producer Chris, and this is meteorologist Gwen Tolbert, here to give us an update on this winter storm that we are keeping an eye on this Sunday night.
Pretty busy out there, Chris, I'm telling you. I mean, people just have to kind of pack their patience with this one because...
So, this is one of those tough questions to answer, but there's no great time for a winter storm. But hopefully on a Sunday night when it starts to snow, most people are home and get to kind of hunker down a little bit and keeps the roads clear and makes it a little easier to get those plows out there and get the roads clear in time for the Monday morning commute.
Exactly. And not only that, but just as a safety factor, if you don't have to be out there in it, don't be out in it. I mean, the ones that are really happy that this is happening on a Sunday is anybody under the age of 15. Because they're
hoping
like,
for that
school
snow day.
Yeah, exactly. Snow day, no school, right? They get excited. So, as we live up to it all for those little ones, here's what's going on. So the bulk of the accumulations is going to be overnight tonight. Now, some of you have seen some, and we've got some numbers to show you what's been coming down. But some of you are going, I don't see anything yet. It's just wet out here. I'm not seeing any snow building up or accumulating. Oh, your time is coming. It's all about the surface temperatures, and the surface temperatures have to be at 0 or below. And that's what happened earlier today. It just wasn't cold enough at the surface for it to stick. So it was coming down. But it looked kind of pretty coming down, but it wasn't sticking. But now that's going to change as we get into the overnight hours into the beginning of Monday. And it will end early on Monday. Might be a little residual snow shower hanging around a little bit, but for the most part, it'll be making its exit by Monday morning. Highest totals most likely to the north and to the east, and that's where we're seeing the main core of that system heading through. And then when it comes to the melting, I mean, that last storm we had, the wallop, that got covered with ice when it came down, it took forever to get rid of it. In fact, we were almost through with it before this arrived. It's going to be quite a different story. It's going to be a much faster melting compared to that. So here's a look at the big picture for you. And you can see just right now pushing its way straight up to the Big Apple into Beantown, heading its way up to the northeast, and they're getting pretty walloped there as well. Just, bear in mind when you look at this, the darker the blue, the heavier amount of snow that's coming through. And if you kind of look, you can see over toward the east. And if you look at Delmarva and see half of Delmarva down to the south, how dark that blue is with that snow, with the winds that'll be coming up, that's why they're actually under a blizzard alert. And so that kind of speaks for itself with the snow and with the winds that are coming. But if you're not seeing anything now, hold on, you will before it's all said and done as these temperatures continue to drop. So speaking of temperatures, here's a look at the current temperatures as we're looking at the radar. 33 at Frederick, 32 at Gaithersburg, 33 in the city, 32 at Winchester, and we've got 34 to the north at Westminster. So this is one of our simulated models, and this model pulls it out of here fairly early in the morning on Monday. Now this is just one model. It's not set in stone. It's a pretty good one, but it's not set in stone. But it still leaves some of that snow over the higher elevations, West Virginia Panhandle out to the west. But other than that, it wants to really pull it out fairly early. Here's some of the snow totals so far. Our viewers in Fairfax, Virginia, 1.7 inches so far, 1 in Falls Church, 2 at Ashburn, Gaithersburg 1.3, and Boonesboro 4.1. Now, I'm going to say that maybe within the last, maybe 30 minutes or hour or so, these numbers might have went up a little bit, but I'm going to tell you that they're going to be very different when we look at them tomorrow morning around 9 o'clock in the morning, so keep that in mind. And visibility, well, you've got the winds and you've got the precipitation. You put those two together, and is it great to be out there driving around trying to see your way through? No. 2.5 miles of visibility only at Frederick, 1 3/4 miles at Gaithersburg, 1 mile at Baltimore, 2.5 in the city, and 1.5 only at Annapolis. So, if you don't have to be out in this, we definitely don't want you going out. Conditions are not the greatest, and there's those temperatures again, as I said, into the 30s. So winter weather advisory now. Good news with this is that part of the area has now been taken out of the advisory. And in particular, Anne Arundel up through Baltimore which was under the winter storm warning, has now been downgraded to a winter weather advisory. That's a good thing. Still an alert, but still, that means that maybe the impact won't be quite as bad there as it was anticipated. Remember I showed you where that darker blue was over Delmarva? That's where that blizzard warning is. That's where they're talking the heaviest snowfall and those strongest wind gusts, and that area shaded in red. We also have a winter storm warning out to our western zones, West Virginia Panhandle along the Alleghenies Blue Ridge. They are also still under a winter storm warning, and these effective until Monday morning unless the Weather Service decides to pull them back. So here's what it feels like if you step outside. We've got a wind chill factor. The good news is there's no minuses, but it still feels cold out there. Why would you want to go out where there's low visibility, poor road conditions, blowing snow, or snow that's transitioning, and then you feel like it's only in the 20s? Stay in, watch us. That's what you need to be doing. You don't need to go anywhere, right? 21 is the feel like at Dulles, 23 in the city, 26 at Frederick, and 24 at Martinsburg. Lows tonight into the 30s across the board with that snow coming down. And here's a look at the forecast then. Of course, 32 degrees. Now, those winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour or more with the snow moderate to heavy, as I said, through the overnight hours. And so here's that planner, and you can see planner pulls in the wind alert from 4 a.m. in the morning and then again into 10 in the morning and 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then the highs tomorrow into the upper 30s and the 40s, but the wind alerts are again on the planner for tomorrow. And that's because those winds are going to play a big factor in conditions. So between the winds and the snow coming down, all the heaviness of this, because this is a wet, heavy snow, we could be talking down tree limbs, also power lines, and power outages. Here's the wind factor for tonight. 40 mile per hour winds by 11 o'clock at Dulles, 39 at Manassas, 44 possibly at Quantico, 39 at Dulles by the time we get to the overnight hours at 2 a.m. Let's take it to tomorrow morning. There we are. 40 mile per hour winds at 8:30 in the morning, 37 at Dulles and Manassas, 40 at Culpeper, 43 at Leonardtown. So anything you have outside that's not secure, it's definitely going to be blowing around out there. And this isn't good with the wet snow coming down, as I mentioned, on the tree limbs and the power lines on top of it. So that's not a great combination. But these winds are going to stay strong right through Monday. 36 mile per hour winds by Monday night, 11:30. And then it gets what we call breezy by the time we get to Tuesday because it's under 30 miles per hour. But still. But I've got something for you to look forward to. It's not all gloom and doom.
Yeah, I see some 50s on there, pushing 60 by the weekend.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Let me ask you a question. And so this is for selfish reasons, but obviously it's Sunday night right now. People might not be going out with their shovels and salt by any means.
Right.
But tomorrow, those temperatures are going to drop overnight, and then you've got those heavy wind gusts. Is there an ideal time to get out there and shovel if you need to?
Not necessarily. I mean, wait until it's done.
Wait until it's done.
What's the point of going out there, before it's all finished and then you're kind of like, wait, I just did this,
Exactly.
Right? So wait until it's done. We're not going to have an icing like we did last time on top of it, so it's not going to be that hard, crusty. But I want to tell you that a wet snow, when you are shoveling a wet snow, it's a heavy
snow. Exactly.
Right,
so
keep that
protect that lower back.
Yes.
Protect that lower back. Gwen, thank you so much. People
Alrighty.
can catch you guys. You and Mike, top
We'll
at
be
10
on
a.m.
10
Top at
a.m.
10
That's
p.m. Excuse me.
And 11.
And 11. Yeah, I'm still on the morning show
That's
brain.
okay.
I know.
All
Thank you so much. All right, let's head back out to Maryland. That's where Regina Ureta is live tonight. Regina, can you hear me?
And honestly, again, the most difficult part about all of this, especially with that heavy on us, is those winds. And if you're up against those winds, that's when you feel those snow showers just coming down on you a lot more. Here towards Broadway Road, towards Waldorf, you can snow coming in, huge chunks of snow to clear off the road. Just because you can see how much it's been covering these roads. I know visibility officials here at this time. That is challenging for drivers, but you can kind of see snow as it continues to get hit so much snow. And so that's what we need multiple snow trucks coming in at that time to clear up some of the units in this area as we continue to move here. This is just Waldorf, and you can imagine it dealing with some of the same temperatures, but pretty insane to see this firsthand, and also just pretty brutal on to endure, especially to be out here. So if you don't have to be outside, I strongly recommend that you stay inside. Don't have to be on the road. Probably best as well to stay indoors, because this is just the type of weather that continues, and those winds that you're actually seeing us actually experience live right now. Just kind of covered. And right now it's the night time when those temperatures have dropped significantly, and that wind that has picked up, as well as those snow showers, pretty challenging. So we're next to a gas station. We've seen people who have been coming in and out. Some snacks, some liquid drinks, or really any supplies to kind of help them through this process. The Tesla charging station, we had several Teslas here kind of just park here. You can kind of see one of us just drop significantly snow on that vehicle as it's kind of parked in that area. But I mean, our things just continue to pick up. It's been consistent with the snow, but temperatures are dropping and the wind continues to increase. I've been out here around this area, and the roads are receiving what you're seeing here on the ground by the sidewalk. We need those snow trucks to come in and clear the roads for those drivers who are coming in, hopefully heading home safe to their destination at the end of it, so they don't have to continue to endure these temperatures that we're telling you guys. It is pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not jealous that you're out in it and I have to be back here in studio. I know I'm never supposed to say that, but we appreciate you for being out in the elements and bringing the news to people and the conditions out there in Maryland. Regina, thank you so much. David Kaplan, in the meantime, he's across on the other side. He's in Northern Virginia. David, seeking shelter, making his way back out into the elements this evening.
I'm going to do it, Chris. I mean, this is live TV in a nutshell. I'm literally going to open up my email and I'm going to send my 10 and 11 o'clock script right now, just to make sure we have it for the top of the 10 and the 11. And then I'm going to get out of my car and I'm going to walk people through what we're seeing out here. How's that sound, Chris?
That sounds perfect.
All right. Email sent. Let's get out of the car. No time for gloves. Here we go. All right. Leesburg Pike here behind me. Ooh, my delay was not good because we just saw a VDOT plow contractor heading down the road, spreading some salt. We're going to show you some video at 10 o'clock in our hit, Chris. But what I can tell you is that video is going to show slush like this, right? So we're on an access road right now. Don't worry about us. I'll get out of the road if the car comes, but I don't think one's coming. And you can see this is just slush. That, if I had to guess, is just from cars passing. However, and this is going to be hard. Oh, we got a plow truck there. There you go. Not laying anything down right now. But the reason I tell you that is because you can probably see there's a little bit of slush on Leesburg Pike here. That said, still navigable. Nothing that cars, at least where we're standing, seem to have a hard time with. So these calls for Fairfax County Public Schools, Loudoun County Public Schools, Arlington Public Schools to close at this point, likely very much about what the situation's going to be in the neighborhood streets at this time. We also, just to sort of fill in the picture here, our Alexandria City Public Schools, I just checked, as of now, has a 2-hour delay. Alexandria City government is staying open with their so-called liberal leave policy. But Fairfax County government is closing. So we're seeing some interesting just sort of ways that different municipalities, obviously Fairfax County and Loudoun County have a lot more roads to clear than the Arlingtons and the Alexandrias of the world just because of size. So, but just kind of good to keep all that in mind. Different, we're going to be staying on top of all these closings and delays as they come in through the night. So make sure Fox 5 morning show is part of your morning plans. Tomorrow, we'll make sure to keep you ahead of all of the...
right there, David Kaplan. True company
Thank
man.
you so much. Tips the hat. So we're going to be staying on top of this. It's very clear that they're still making calls. D.C. Government is open, but the schools are going to be a little bit delayed there. So certainly it's a location by location, and I think that speaks probably just to the weirdness of this forecast, the disparity that we've seen with some heavy banding in some places that's impacting them more than other places. So wouldn't surprise me. I think it's fair to say things are going to be a little bit slow tomorrow morning just to let crews do their work to try and clear things up. And some places are going to get going tomorrow. Other places, if I had to guess, there could be some delays or closures tomorrow and a full-on time situation on Tuesday. But obviously, we're going to stay ahead of those as those change and that information comes in.
David Kaplan, I'm going to let you go get ready for that 10 o'clock live hit. Thank you so much for spending some
Sounds
time
good,
with us
Chris.
here
Have a
tonight,
good night,
pal.
partner. Good to be with you.
Likewise. All right. In the meantime, let's go from Northern Virginia over to Montgomery County and bring in Mr. Moco Show himself, Alex Saronis, joining us now live. Alex, first and foremost, welcome to the Live Zone Primetime. Thank you for staying up with us on this Sunday night. All of the kids out there wondering what's happening tomorrow. What's the situation for Montgomery County schools tomorrow?
So Montgomery County has already announced the closure. They started off with a delay, and much like a lot of the surrounding counties that started with a delay, they've already transitioned over to a full day off. So that includes Fairfax, I believe. Howard has already called a day off now, and I think that just came in a little bit ago. And we transitioned over to a full day off just a couple hours back. So one more day added. School's going till June 26th now.
June 20th. That was going to be my next question, which is, I mean, you've got to be out of snow days at this point. They're adding days to the calendar, but is there any plans to also request a not going a full calendar year from the governor?
Yeah, there's some a bill that's waiting to. Everyone's kind of on on pins and needles here, trying to figure out what's going to happen with this one bill that might go through, which would allow us to not get to the 180 days. But Montgomery County only had one built-in snow day, so we surpassed that a while ago. We're already up to the 26th. There's some winter weather in the forecast the next week, and then the National Weather Service put something out about potential heavy snow in early March for the area. So now people are worried because the 26th is a Friday. So if it extends any further, it'll be the 29th. And then we might be going into July, which I've never heard of before.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. Hopefully it gets approved and they'll waive some of these days for Montgomery County.
So, I mean, real talk, are you surprised by the decision to close schools tomorrow? And how do you think parents are going to react to that? Obviously, safety is paramount. We got to start
for
there,
sure.
But I know that this has been a frustrating situation. It
has been. I'm a parent. I'm a parent now first. I used to be a teacher, so I was on that side of things. Now I'm a parent. I think the decision would have been a lot easier to make a couple weeks ago before the big ice storm, the snow/ice storm that we had, because this was kind of an easy call for closing schools. A few inches happening late Sunday into Monday morning. Very rarely are schools ready to just go in the morning. So I think this would have been called a closure from 4 p.m. if this was a few weeks back. But because we're in this predicament where we have to make up all these days, they wanted to wait and see. So they went with a delay first. Hopefully, things don't pan out. We don't really get much snow. And then maybe we can sneak in a day of school and not have to tack it on. But, I think you can't make your decisions based on what might have to happen in the future. You have to put safety first. So this is a situation where there might be 3-4 inches on the ground, that doesn't end until 2-3 a.m. Is there enough time to get things cleaned up? Maybe, but do you want to take that chance? Probably not. At least they let parents know ahead of time so they can figure it out. And if you really don't want your kid to go to school on June 25th and 26th, you don't have to send them.
You said that you've never heard of the school year going into July, but is that a possibility?
Well, I know technically the new year begins July 1st, like the new like school fiscal year. I don't know if it's fiscal or if it's like the school calendar. So I don't know if it's possible. I'm assuming it is. Like if there's days to make up, it is. I remember when I was in middle school in MCPS as a student, and this is like 1994, they tacked on 30 minutes to every day from April to the end of the year. And that was like some kind of compromise they made, but there was no 180-day rule at that point. So I don't know if that's an option, and maybe they don't have to make up the days and they figure out a way to tack on 30 minutes to each day. But I remember that felt a little crazy to me too, and I was 12 years old.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is one of those situations where students may love it, parents may feel a little frustrated by it. So we appreciate you, Alex, for always staying on top of this. And I know you have your own unique way of kind of measuring snow days. Can you remind me what that is?
So I have this thing called like the pencil prediction chart, and if it's 5 pencils, it's 100% or sorry, 99.9% chance of no school. I always tell people you got to do your homework just in case. Then there's like the 4 pencils, which is what today was, which is like a 75-80% chance of no school, almost a guarantee of at least a delay. And then it just kind of drops down as we lose pencils. But today was a 4-pencil day. It was expected. I think that Monday would be closed. Not a surprise. The reason why it's not 5 pencils is because it's not some massive blizzard that's going to shut everything down. There's still a chance that by noon tomorrow, things are fine. And that's kind of why there might be some issues tomorrow afternoon when parents are driving around. They're like, hey, these roads are fine. There should have been school. But it's a little different at 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 even, than it's going to be at noon.
So are you anticipating any sort of delay come Tuesday by any chance?
Not right now, but at the same time, you never know. It's going to be below freezing late Monday night into Tuesday morning, and a lot of people are already anticipating like a snow melting and then refreezing. But I just think that in this situation, they're going to be able to clean it up, and I can't imagine the school system gives another day off. Is a delay possible? Sure, and they are going to make that call by 4 p.m. tomorrow. So I think in the morning we'll see what fell. We'll see, how the cleanup goes, and I'm pretty sure that it's going to be a lot better than it was last time, a lot easier at least, and then we'll see what Tuesday has in store.
All right, Alex, if people want to follow you for more, where can they go to do that?
They can follow me, Mr. Moco 301, or the Moco Show for news in Montgomery County.
All right, Alex Aronis, thank you so much for spending some time with us here on this Sunday night late edition, special snow coverage edition of the Live Zone Primetime. All right, we do want to head into D.C. now, where Chad and Laura are hanging out. Chad and Laura, if you don't know, are some MVPs of Do You Like It or Not, and apparently they're serenading us on this Sunday evening.
Well, we're looking out a window, and it looks like the day after tomorrow with Dennis Quaid and what's it?
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's sticking outside. We are on the 17th floor of the Willoughby in Chevy Chase. We have eyes on the storm. It looks severe out there. I don't know what the weather. I know Tucker. He underestimated. I think he's in the wrong. This is going to be a 2-footer tonight. Don't leave your house. And we're spending
Fox local viewers, don't listen to Chad's forecast, please. Chad is not a trained meteorologist.
I have my own meter. I have my own satellite with my own Doppler, the Doppler 2000. By the way, we watched tonight. We spent the storm watching Song Sung Blue with Wolverine
tribute.
Yeah, with Wolverine and Penny Lane from Almost Famous, and we give it 2 thumbs up, I think.
I don't know.
Oh shit!
I heard it was sad.
It is. It's incredibly sad, and we were not expecting that.
It's like you're watching a show. It's like everything seems really happy. You're smiling. You might even be like, oh, you feel this hits too close to home. And next thing you know, they pull out the rug unexpectedly. Like, oh, I didn't see that coming. We're not going to give any spoilers, but yeah, there was a moment in this movie where you're like, oh God.
A couple moments.
Oh man, this is not like just a feel good movie. No, oh my God. But ultimately, I think everything ends up.
So
terrible.
Kate Hudson got herself an Oscar nomination out of it. Do you think she has a good shot at winning?
Absolutely. Like, she was really good in it. You could hardly even tell she was Kate Hudson. She really disappeared into the character.
Yeah, and she had, I think she sings because she sang really well. He was in what's the movie I hate?
Les Mis.
He was in Les Mis, and that was one of the only movies I ever walked out of was Les Mis. I just couldn't get into that movie, but he did a really good job as the the main character in this movie singing Neil Diamond
Were
tunes.
you a fan of Neil Diamond music heading into this movie?
Yeah, I had this. I feel like I have the same relationship because like growing up, I was into Kiss, and my mother and father were into Neil Diamond. So obviously, as a kid, I hated Neil Diamond, but then you grow into it, and now he's one of my favorite artists, and I love singing him. He's one of my favorites to go to karaoke songs for sure.
What is that? What is that karaoke song then?
I like Cherry Cherries. We perform Cherry Cherry as Pop Quiz Hot Shot, our acoustic duo that we're practicing right now for next Sunday's open mic at
Hunter's Hound.
Hunter's Hound. Every first and third Sundays, there's an open mic at Hunter's Hound in Friendship Heights at 7 p.m.
Talents. Chad and Laura, thank you guys so much for spending some time with us. Not only sharing your meteorology degree, your movie reviews, and now your music and karaoke as well. All right, let's head in.
See you guys.
Let's stay with our Zoom Room MVPs. Melissa, I owe you a huge thank you because, just full disclosure, it has been a little bit of an S show behind the scenes over here with some of our tech issues tonight. So for all the viewers out there, Melissa has been helping me out in the Zoom room by sharing instructions for all of the people who logged in to share their view of what the storm is like near them. So Melissa, thank you. I owe you big time for helping me out there like that. That was huge. So are you gonna hunker down now for the rest of this storm, or do you have any plans on heading out? Do you have any classes to teach tomorrow?
I'm already getting text messages of people who have children that are actually instructors. They don't want to get out and teach tomorrow morning. So I was hoping and praying that I get extra classes, and it happened. And it so happens that it's only 5 minutes from where I live. So I'm very happy that I got a couple of more classes for tomorrow. I don't anticipate a lot of people showing up to my classes tomorrow, but what I want to say is that if they do come out, to please practice safety first and to put their own, their lives first before attending any of my classes tomorrow. So,
of course. All right. Well, we appreciate it, and we appreciate you. Stay safe, stay warm, and we'll see you on Do You Like It or Not soon.
Tomorrow.
All right. Looking forward to it. In the meantime, we're going to take you to Ocean City, New Jersey, where the conditions are much, much worse, as you can see from this live picture of the boardwalk there. That's not the only spot that is getting hit hard, obviously, up and down the northeast corridor. Right now, not right now, but earlier tonight, the state leadership, local leaders in Boston area gave an update on the winter storm. They are expected to take a direct hit. We'll, of course, have updates tonight right here on Fox Local at 10 and 11. Mike Thomas, Gwen Tolbert, the latest on not only conditions here across the DMV, but also up and down the East Coast as this storm hits hard, like you can see in this live picture right here. Before we go, though, I do want to share some of the other pictures that we got from viewers via InstaShare. This one from Quinn in Cheltenham, Maryland, showing conditions there. Some snow on the ground, some trees covered in the snow as well. Then we have the snow starting to build. This is Randallstown, Maryland. This is from Buffy Bell. Thank you to everyone who joined us here on Fox Local for this special edition of the Live Zone Primetime. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Fox 5 News at 10.
Right now on Fox 5, winter weather advisories and warnings still in effect as snow continues to come down. A live look from across our region tonight. Maryland Governor Wes Moore declaring a state of emergency as officials continue to encourage people to stay home. In Loudoun, snow piling up on roadways with crews taking to the streets as they begin the process of cleaning up from this storm. And tonight, the storm already claimed the lives of 2 people who died when a tree fell on their car in Calvert County. Safety a major concern tonight across our region. That's why near major school district in our area changing plans for tomorrow. Fairfax, Loudoun, Arlington, and Montgomery counties among the districts that will be closed tomorrow. Prince George's County students will learn virtually. D.C. students will start on a delay. A full list of changes are available now at the bottom of your screen and inside the Fox Local app. Tonight, we have it all covered for you with the live team coverage. David Kaplan out on the road in Virginia, Regina Ureta in Maryland, monitoring conditions out on the roads and in your neighborhood. But let's begin with the Fox 5 weather team and Mike Thomas leading things off with us tonight. Mike, how are things looking out there?
Yeah, all right, Katie, let's start with what's changed here over the last few hours. That was National Weather Service did decide to drop the winter storm warnings from some of our northern zones up across Howard County and Arundel County in the Baltimore metro area, where totals have come in, I would say, below expectations up that way. So they did decide to go ahead and tone it back a little bit. They've got advisories still in place here, D.C., Baltimore, winter storm warnings and other places that you see the pink. And of course, those blizzard warnings out along the eastern shore and out along southern portions of New England, including New York, where they are expecting still some big time totals as this nor'easter really starts to ramp up. Now, it is ramping up too late for us here in Washington to get into some of the totals that they're looking at across New Jersey, New York, and portions of Connecticut and Massachusetts by the time this thing is done. In on local storm tracker radar, still a pretty steady band right across the district right now. Latest kind of analysis on it, in some spots it's been putting down about a ½ inch per hour snowfall rates in the immediate D.C. area. Other locations still snowing. It's just much lighter in those locations until you get to the eastern shore when you get to the heavy stuff again. But I would say the bulk of the areas west of D.C., west of the immediate D.C. metro area, are certainly likely done with the more impactful snowfall totals. D.C., we're going to hold on to this band for a little while. We'll turn on the heavy snow tracker, and anywhere you see this light blue, right around the Beltway right now, parts of Prince George's, Charles, northern St. Mary's, starting to get into some steadier snowfalls. This might last another hour or two before we really expect that things will start shifting eastward and heading out of here. For more on the timing and what we expect after the storm, let's turn it over to Gwen.
Well, Mike, thank you. We're going to look at one of our simulations that we have that gives us a bit of that timing as to when this storm will make its exit. And this particular model wants to bring it out fairly early in the morning hours. So take a look at it as I put it in motion. And you can see this is where we're at a lot of moderate to heavy snowfall. But as we get into Monday morning, it really pulls it out early, even before 9 a.m. Some of our other models was keeping it around just a little bit longer, but it still maintains some of that snow to the west, or the West Virginia Panhandle, over the higher elevations. Now, throughout the morning hours, even past 9, we could still see some residual moisture in a few isolated snow showers here and there. So don't be surprised if that is what you see. Take a look at some of the totals so far. 1.7 in Fairfax, Virginia, 1 inch at Falls Church. Ashburn, just over 2 inches so far. Gaithersburg has gotten just over an inch, but Boonesboro, Maryland has gotten just over 4 inches of snowfall. Now, we could see some banding setting up as well, and that would really make a big difference in the totals. And this is how much more we anticipate will fall in the next little while, an additional inch or so for the south, and then another inch or so for areas through to our north. Visibility is very poor right now, only 1¼ mile at Gaithersburg, and you've got 1¼ mile also at Stevensville, 1½ mile only at Baltimore, and 1 mile at Annapolis. So hopefully you don't have to be out in this. Temperatures into the 30s just about everywhere, but those temperatures are going to continue to drop in the overnight hours, and we are talking winds that are going to be very gusty right now, up to 29, but pretty soon there'll be more than 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Katie?
Thanks, Gwen. Major delays and cancellations today across our region's airports. They're already getting ready for tomorrow. Here's a live look at Reagan National, where more than 360 flights already canceled for Monday. At Dulles, more than 70 cancellations tomorrow, and BWI 140 flights won't be taking off tomorrow. If you have a flight tonight or tomorrow morning, check with your airline before heading out the door. Tonight, snow is still coming down in Charles County, where they're seeing about 3 inches of snow. School already closed there tomorrow. Fox 5's Regina Ureta continues our team coverage live from Waldorf tonight. Regina, it looks like it's still coming down.
Yeah, it has not let up. In fact, I feel like it's picked up within the last few hours. So that is just strong, heavy snow showers that you see that are coming down on us. And just to kind of give you an idea of what that snow looks like, it's not wet. It's not too powdery enough to make at least a mini snowball. I need to work on the shape of these snowballs here. Let me toss this over here, kind of show you just how much snow has kind of fallen here in some of the grass areas. This is what you can kind of see also onto the roads. That's why you need those snow plows coming in consistently to clear out some of these thoroughfares. And you can kind of see in some points, some tracks coming here, snow trucks that are clearing up the area, tossing all of that snow that has been coming over here to the side as some cars are coming in through here at this hour. Visibility is very challenging at this time. And so one reminder that I should give out to anybody is that you should definitely slow down, slow your speed, especially during these conditions. And so just to kind of give you an idea again, so over here, this sidewalk was completely cleared up, and you can see just how much snow has been coming in. And that's why, again, snow trucks have been coming in here to clear up the area. We're close to a gas station. We've seen people who have been coming into the gas station to get just some snacks, some emergency supplies, and especially if you parked your car like some of these Teslas here, the charging station, you can see just how much snow has fallen on some of those vehicles. So again, just slow down your speed. If you don't have to be outside, definitely stay inside somewhere warm. I'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Regina. 2 people are dead after a tree fell onto a truck in Sunderland and Calvert County. Crews responding shortly before 5 p.m. along Route 2 and Aspen Woods Drive. A third person suffered serious injuries. Police say strong winds have taken down several trees in the region. 1 person is dead after a crash in Greenbelt. This happened along Cherrywood Lane, where roads were slick from rain before snowfall arrived. At least 2 others were injured. Park police are investigating what caused the driver to lose control. In Virginia, western Fairfax County and parts of Loudoun County have seen some of the higher snow totals in our region. Fox 5's David Kaplan has been out in Sterling for a good part of the evening. David, what are you seeing out there now?
Yeah, Katie, good evening to you. Let's give you some perspective if you're watching us at home. What does my neighborhood street look like? What does the road that I use to get to the main road look like? And what's the main road look like? We've got a good chance to show you that right now. We're here in an untreated parking lot. You can see just a little bit of accumulation here in this particular area. We'll call it a little less than 2 inches that have fallen. Next to that, I'm going to walk you over to an access road right now. Fair to say that it hasn't gotten too much plow treatment, but if you look down, you can see a little bit of slush accumulation that has happened here. Join me as we walk over to Route 7. As best we can, you can see definitely a small layer of slush. Officials want you to be worried about this as you go because there is a concern about freezing. But as you can see where we are right now, cars are navigating it. Take a look at some video from earlier that we shot just to give you perspective of what that looked like earlier with the slushiness as this was coming down. We also saw some private contractors plowing parking lots and VDOT contractors staying ahead of main thoroughfares as much as they could as the snow continued falling. Fairfax County Police reported several crashes as the snow continued to come down. Arlington County says right now they've got 40 trucks out on the road to try and clear things up. But the county, Arlington, did make the call to close schools. A similar story with Prince William County, Fairfax County, and here in Loudoun County as well. Some of those districts originally saying that they were going to have a 2-hour delay, and as the conditions continued worsening tonight, they ultimately did make the call to close. Stay with us. We'll continue monitoring these conditions. Not every district has necessarily made a call to close. Some 2-hour delays still do remain. Be sure to stick with Fox 5 in the morning tomorrow to let you know how conditions developed overnight and if it could impact your life on Monday if the snow already hasn't. Katie.
Great perspective. Thanks, David. As the snow arrives and continues throughout the evening, you remember you can keep up with the latest over on the Fox Local app. You can scan the QR code on your screen right there to get started. Coming up, confusion over the TSA PreCheck program, how the Trump administration is clearing the air after making changes during the partial government shutdown. Plus, more reaction to one of the worst sewage spills in U.S. history, what the Potomac Riverkeeper Network is saying about the cleanup efforts. Some flyers are now breathing a sigh of relief. Officials have resumed the TSA PreCheck program just hours after it was suspended due to the partial government shutdown. The Department of Homeland Security says it would take emergency measures to preserve limited funds, which meant ending PreCheck and global entry. Now it says TSA is evaluating on a case-by-case basis as staffing shortages continue to rise. It's still unclear if global entry will be affected. Tonight, new reaction as FEMA sets up to help cleanup efforts in the Potomac. President Trump approved a federal emergency declaration for D.C. yesterday. This declaration comes after D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser requested federal assistance while no new spills have occurred since February 8th. During Fox 5's On the Hill, the president of Potomac Riverkeeper Network told Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald she's concerned about the river's water quality and public health.
What do we know about the river water right now?
Yes, the river water is not safe in the area around the spill, and we're continuing to test consistently at least once a week, but sometimes twice a week. Like this week, there was rain, and of course, the bacteria spiked after the rain.
This week, D.C. Water is set to hold 2 community meetings about the disaster. One will take place in D.C. on Wednesday, another in Maryland on Thursday. They'll address public concerns and answer questions. Gas services have been restored at more homes in the Centerville neighborhood, rocked by a gas leak explosion a week ago today. Fairfax Fire and Rescue says families have returned to nearly all of the 44 homes on Quail Pond Court area cleared for re-entry. Officials say 20 homes remain under a mandatory evacuation. Fire and Rescue will still have to inspect homes before residents are allowed back in. Now let's turn back to weather with a live look from our Fox 5 Skycam at National Harbor this evening. Mike Thomas joining us once again with the latest on this winter storm, and it appears some things might be slowing down in the near future.
Yeah, we are getting closer to the end than the beginning of this. No doubt about it here in the D.C. area. Very pretty snow across the region. Very high moisture content, so going to be good for making those snowballs. Now, it will melt away much faster this week compared to what we had to deal with back in January. Behind this system, we are not going to have to deal with nearly the cold that we had in January. That made it completely different when we were dipping down into the single digits the day after that storm. That's why we turned everything to snowcrete. That's not going to happen with this. See, temperatures marginally freezing in many locations. Gaithersburg's at 32. They've hit the freezing mark, but Dulles, D.C., Annapolis, 33. Baltimore has been going back and forth from 33 to 32 recently. Still a stripe of some steadier snows across D.C., Montgomery, parts of Fairfax, now stretching into Prince George's and Charles County. They'll do the bulk of their accumulations here very shortly before this storm starts to drag everything off to the north and to the east as it heads up towards New Jersey and into southern New England, where it will likely do over a foot of snow in many locations up that way. Now, here in Washington, we continue to track a couple of the banding features going right across D.C. I'll turn on our heavy snow tracker, and if you're living under one of these areas that sees yourself in these lighter or darker blues, that's where you're getting rates around a half an inch or a little greater per hour. So you could still add up very quickly in some of these zones, and it is right over the bulk of D.C. at the moment. This will slowly continue to pick up and shift eastward as the storm does so, and you can see plenty on the eastern shore are getting some good rates. Let's look at some totals. Up north of Thurmont here, Sabillesville, 6 inches, half a foot of snow up northern portions of Frederick County. They were some of our higher totals. Newmarket, just off to the east of Frederick, Maryland there, got almost 4 inches, 3.7 as of their latest reporting. A little closer to home here, we'll go to Burke, Virginia, where as of 9 o'clock, they had 2.3 inches of snow on the ground. Up in the Montgomery County, Four Corners reported 2 just before we started the 10 o'clock news here tonight. And then out near Gaithersburg in Montgomery County, 3.5 inches of snow reported just after 9:30 this evening. For folks who are watching from down to the south here, Prince Frederick over in Calvert County reported 3 inches as of 8:40. So they've likely added on a little bit more since that point. And then most recent reports down towards Clemens and St. Mary's County, 8:30 p.m., 3.5 inches there. La Plata, Maryland, as of 8:30, they had 2 inches on the ground. So several inches of snow. That's why school systems have said, you know what, it's going to take us a day to clean up in many locations, so we're going to call it for tomorrow. But I would expect that they're going to be able to clean this up much faster and therefore get folks back to work and school much faster than that January case here. Eastern Shore has certainly seen the highest totals. Belltown last reported just before 10 o'clock. That's over in Delaware, close to the shore, 7 inches on the ground. And in some locations out that way, they might do 5 to 7 more inches before the storm picks up and heads out from them. Latest Futurecast still showing this band hanging around D.C. for another hour or so. Then it starts to lighten up, shift itself eastward. We get beyond midnight, Calvert County, St. Mary's, western or eastern portions of Prince George's heading into Anne Arundel. Might get one more kind of burst of snow there before this all shifts to the east of the bay. And once it does that, we'll generally be done with accumulations here in Washington. Those snow showers are possible right through the daytime hours tomorrow. As we look at how much more snow is possible, maybe another half an inch to an inch or two in some of those southern Maryland spots. But those big-time jackpot totals, yeah, those are going to be well off to the north and east with this particular storm. Something that is going to get worse before it gets better, the winds. We're already gusting to 40 Quantico. I've seen a few reports of power outages down across southern Maryland, too. Unfortunately, this wet snow is rather heavy, so it's going to cling to branches and the like. So as winds pick up, there is the chance we could be dealing with more power outages as some trees and branches go down. So we'll be watching for that for you. We'll have more on this storm coming up a little later in the show. Katie?
All right. Thanks, Mike. The House is expected to vote this week on a safety bill tied to last year's deadly crash near Reagan National Airport. The Rotor Act stands for Rotorcraft Operations Transparency and Oversight Reform. The bill calls for expanded use of automatic dependent surveillance broadcast technology. Families of the 67 victims in the DCA crash urged the House to follow the Senate's vote. They unanimously passed the bill in December. Tomorrow's vote may get pushed back due to the winter storm. Also happening tomorrow, Prince George's County Council member Walla Blagay is hosting a second installment of her State of the Power series. The series focuses on Maryland's growing energy crisis. The community discussion runs from 6 to 8 at the Southern Area Aquatics and Recreation Complex in Brandywine. The event will address rising electricity costs and reliability concerns. Coming up, tensions ramping up in Mexico after a cartel leader is killed. The new warning for Americans heading out to hot tourist spots there. But first, this Black History Month moment.
Michael Coslin was a biomedical engineer renowned for developing the MedTech 410 and 420. The computerized device's automated blood pressure and pulse monitoring. It replaced guesswork with accurate, real-time data.
The State Department has issued a shelter-in-place warning for Americans at several popular tourist destinations in Mexico. This follows the Mexican army killing a cartel leader nicknamed El Mencho. The killing of the drug lord set off several hours of roadblocks with burning vehicles, tactics commonly used by the cartels to block military operations. The next round of talks between the United States and Iran will be held this week. Oman's foreign minister says the meeting takes place Thursday in Geneva. Tehran's top diplomat said he expected to meet U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff then. The Trump administration has been pushing for concessions, urging Iran not to pursue nuclear weapons. An investigation underway this evening after law enforcement officers fatally shot an armed man at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump's Florida home. Authorities say around 1:30 this morning, 21-year-old Austin Martin illegally entered the secure perimeter carrying a shotgun and a fuel can.
He was ordered to drop those two pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the two Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat.
The president and first lady were at the White House at the time of the incident. Officials are working to learn more about the suspect and his motive. This Tuesday evening, you can watch the State of the Union and the Democratic response right here on Fox 5. Meantime, a reminder that there will be a number of road closures around the Capitol starting early Tuesday morning. Police released this map of the areas that will be affected. Tour buses will be rerouted away from the Capitol building for passenger loading and unloading. Coming up, we have another check with our Fox 5 weather team on the winter storm, plus the debate over the district's budget shortfall reaching another level. How city leaders are tackling money talks.
Show you when you're mine, oh mine, treasure. That is what you are. Honey, you're my golden star.
Welcome back. Here's a live look from our Fox 5 Skycam in Frederick this evening. The streets look pretty empty. People seem to be heeding the advice of the experts we've had here on Fox 5, as well as our meteorologists, of staying off the roads. It looks like a pretty lovely evening. Oh, there's one car. It might be an emergency vehicle there. But for the most part, the roads look pretty clear. We're going to check in with Gwen now. It's been a busy night for our weather team here, tracking this winter storm as things wrap up in the next few hours. Gwen?
Yes, you're right. And we're going to show you where we stand right now with some of that, and also with some of our temperatures, because the surface temperatures are the major factor in all of this. These are air temperatures here, though. 32 right now at Gaithersburg, 34 in the city. We've got 32 at Baltimore, 33 at Annapolis, and up to the north, 33 degrees at Frederick. But you can see we still have this precipitation hanging around, and it's expected to be here right through into the early morning hours of your Monday, so prepare yourselves accordingly. Now, this is one of our models, and this is a simulation that'll show us as it starts to pull out about the timing of that. This particular model, though, pulls it out fairly early, if you take a look, wraps it around as it starts to move its way through into the early hours of Monday before 9:30. It is actually wants to pull it out of the picture with a little bit of residual precipitation still hanging around, and some over parts of our West Virginia panhandle as well will still be there, so no change there. And here's how much more additional snow we think may fall, according to this model, over the next little while. 1.1 for Gaithersburg, less than an inch in terms of the district, 1.5 for Leonardtown, and less than an inch for Baltimore and for Annapolis. And this is before it's all said and done. Now, here's a look at what else is happening. The visibility is very poor out there. We've got gusty winds and the precipitation. Only 1.25 mile visibility for Annapolis, 1.5 for Baltimore, and 1.5 for Gaithersburg. And we've got some pretty gusty winds as well. Those winds will continue to be strong. 41 mile per hour winds right now gusting at Quantico. And as we get into tonight and into tomorrow, you're going to see 40 at Dulles by 11:30 tonight, 43 at Dulles by 1 in the morning. And then into Monday, 39, 40 mile per hour wind gusts continue right through to the early morning hours as well. So keep that all in mind. Down trees, power lines, all definitely an issue. Back to you.
Preparedness underway in Maryland as the snow continues to fall throughout the evening. Crews will be working to treat and clear the roadways. Shantae Felix, MDOT's media relations manager, joining us now to tell us about those efforts this evening. Shantae, how long have crews been out there so far this evening? How are things looking?
Yes, our crews have been quite busy. Depending on the area of the state, a lot of them have been added since last night, since this morning. We're in emergency operations mode, and we'll continue to work this storm throughout, so overnight even.
Is there some hope that the roads may be in better conditions given some of the temperatures leading up to today and later this week?
Yes, this one was different in that it was warmer and it started out as rain. When it starts out as rain, we can't pre-treat because the rain would wash away the brine. So this one, it was rain and it changed into snow. So there was a lot of monitoring the roads and make sure everything is okay. And now that the snow is falling in a lot of the states, we're out there applying our materials.
Are you seeing if the snow is sticking in certain areas more than others?
Yes, in certain areas. Again, we're getting hourly reports from different ends of the state, and it's just so interesting to see the diversity of our state. For this one, we expect the Eastern Shore to have more blizzard-like conditions than the last time. But again, we're still monitoring, still responding to it.
Yeah, how are those roads out on the Eastern Shore looking? According to our meteorologists and some of the maps, it could be a stark difference whether you're on this side of the bridge or the other side.
Exactly. And that's what's the benefit of our emergency operations mode. They send reports to each other about any conditions that they may have. And we continue to, even though we've been encouraging the public to stay home, we know people need to go out, but we have a lot of resources online that we tell people to go to. One of those is md511.maryland.gov, and that gives real-time information about any crashes or any incidents that may delay travel on specified routes.
How long do you need folks off the roads? Are these efforts going to continue throughout the day tomorrow? Is it going to wrap up later this evening after the heavy snow is done?
You know, we would like people to stay off the roads as long as things are falling out of the sky, as long as we are working it. But we know that is not reality for a lot of people. So people who do have to go out this evening or even tomorrow, especially tomorrow, if you do have to go out, please clear your car completely from any snow or ice because you could be a hazard on the roadway otherwise. We also want you to drive slower than you ordinarily will because posted speed limits are for ideal weather conditions. And you're likely to see our equipment on the road, so leave like maybe 3 or 4 car lengths between our equipment and your vehicle.
Good advice for everyone. Anything else that folks watching should know as they hopefully stay inside watching Fox 5 for the rest of the evening?
Another good resource online, roads.maryland.gov. If you click on storm, you can check our equipment near where you live and see when the roads have been treated.
All right, Shantae Felix with MDOT, thank you so much for taking the time this evening. Hope your crew stays safe out there. New video tonight of multiple cars on fire in Loudoun County. It happened yesterday just before 5:30 in the evening on Holiday Drive in Sterling. It's unclear what started the blaze. Hazmat was called to the scene as fuel started heading toward a storm drain. Crews eventually got it all under control. No one was injured. An arrest made after a deadly stabbing in Columbia, Maryland. 23-year-old Donovan Townsend is accused of killing his roommate, 25-year-old Jalen Minor. Howard County police say both men got into a fight at home along Wood Park Lane early this morning. D.C. leaders say the city faces a perfect financial storm. The city is staring down a $1 billion budget gap. They say the cause is both rising costs and fewer resources. City leaders say D.C. is feeling the impact of DOGE cuts as well. But at the same time, costs for the metro and other systems keep going up. All this means possible cuts to city services.
When you put these two things together, you get this basically $1.1 billion budget gap that we're figuring out how to close. And that's why today's conversations are so important. It's really important that we think about how we grow that pie. So how are our investments going to keep families in D.C. and attract new families?
The city will be holding another budget engagement forum at Union Market this Thursday. Arlington could also see some major budget cuts along with a possible tax increase. At a county board meeting this weekend, County Manager Mark Schwartz says he's proposing cutting a library and gymnastics program. Schwartz is proposing cutting over $10 million in funding and increasing the real estate tax rate.
I'm also proposing a 1.5 cent increase in real estate taxes, not to be shared with Arlington Public Schools. The reductions I'm proposing this year are not easy ones. They are ones that will get much more attention than last year. I didn't make them lightly.
Schwartz says Arlington lost federal funding in important areas like SNAP benefits. Public comment is scheduled for this Tuesday. Coming up, police shut down a number of illegal car rallies across Maryland. Plus, fixing your credit score. An expert weighs in on some common mistakes to avoid.
Hey bartender, pour 'em out tonight to the party and the music and the truth collide.
A Montgomery County family mourning the loss of their pets after a house fire this afternoon. Officials say fire crews responded to Lockwood Drive around 1:30 and found flames from the terrace-level bedroom. Officials say no one was hurt, but 3 dogs and a cat inside the home did not survive. The cause of the fire is under investigation. A number of large-scale illegal car rallies shut down this weekend. The Maryland Car Rally Task Force and partner agencies cracking down across the area. Law enforcement say they broke up to 300 people from risky driving. Over in Camp Springs, Maryland, state troopers arresting 19-year-old Jocelyn Sanabria from Fayetteville, North Carolina, along with a 17-year-old passenger from Falls Church. Both are facing charges for having a loaded gun at one of these car takeovers. Americans' credit scores are taking a hit as household debt hits new record highs. Low credit scores can directly impact loan approvals, interest rates, and even rental applications. Co-founders of Veneri Asset Management say the important ways to manage your credit score: keep your credit card usage up to around 30% of your limit, and always pay your debts on time, no matter what.
So if you miss 1 or 2 payments, but then after that are consistent, that won't do a crazy amount to your score. However, if you're consistently missing payments, you're not able to afford it, you're consistently opening new credit cards and trying to pay those off as well, then over time, it will be a very long time before you can actually pay off those cards. And if you don't pay them off, your score will be impacted. So it's more about being on time and being consistent than actually what you're spending or what you're, paying for those loans.
They add that everyone should start building their credit at 18, but if you have kids, it's never too early to teach them good habits. Coming up, DC United kicks off a new season on the good foot, how the team is getting rowdy at Audi. Plus, despite having rain, the Lunar New Year parade draws big crowds in DC. We'll take you to the celebration in Chinatown.
Open mind for a different view.
The weather didn't stop people from heading out for today's Lunar New Year parade in the district. The festivities celebrated the year of the horse and the year 4,724 on the lunar calendar. There were a number of lion and dragon performances, plus music and marching bands. Spectators say they are ready for what this year will bring.
I'm really excited about this new year and what the Year of the Fire Horse represents. To me, this new year, it represents energy and fast movement and just momentum, you know, trying to make the best out of everything, trying to use that passion and that fire energy in your life in every way.
The parade's grand finale ended on H Street in Northwest. With one snowstorm behind us last month, another in progress. Nearing its end, Maryland lawmakers are considering a bill to require drivers to clear snow and ice off cars. Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal has the details from Rockville.
People may not realize that right now there is no Maryland law requiring people to clear snow and ice off the top of their cars. Soon, though, that may change. And one delegate says it really may save lives.
But most of all, we do not want to have a death. To name this law after someone as a result of our not being proactive in thinking about public safety.
That's Delegate Edith Patterson, who's sponsoring what's being called the Clear Before You Drive Act. And she's not just throwing out hypotheticals. In an interview today, she referenced Christine's Law out of Pennsylvania, which was named after a woman who was killed after a piece of ice fell off a truck and crashed through her windshield. The Maryland legislation would make it illegal to drive without making reasonable efforts to remove snow and ice off your car. A violation would be a misdemeanor, and drivers may also face fines, which would be different for non-commercial and commercial vehicles and would increase for repeat offenses. So, for example, a non-commercial vehicle's first offense would trigger a $25 fine, whereas a fourth offense would cost you $200. Also, this is important, police would not be able to pull you over just because of snow or ice on top of your car. Instead, you could get hit with this as a secondary offense, or if the snow or ice flies off your car and causes an accident that results in property damage or somebody getting hurt. We have already covered this issue just this winter. Here's a Northern Virginia driver who had falling ice crack his windshield a few weeks ago.
I'm very, very thankful that we're both alive and safe and that this is something that should have and could have easily been prevented.
Delegate Patterson is confident that this legislation will pass this legislative session. Interestingly, she introduced unsuccessfully something similar about a decade ago, but she told me today, timing is everything. Guys.
Now let's turn to the weather with a live look from our Fox 5 Skycam in Frederick, Maryland. This evening, Mike Thomas joining us now with one final check on the forecast this hour.
Yeah, let's take a peek and put some updated numbers here behind me. If we go over the Max 2, I'll show you some of those updated numbers that we had across the D.C. area. So recent snowfall totals as of the 2 o'clock hour, I'm sorry, the 10 o'clock hour here. Let's get my days mixed up working on a Sunday evening for you. Gaithersburg, Maryland. Up to 3.5 inches of snow. Hagerstown, 3 inches this afternoon. Bowie, on the lower side out that way to the east. Now, they're still snowing, so they'll likely add to that number as we head through the next couple of hours here. But they were at 1.6 as of about 10 o'clock tonight. Dale City, Virginia, up to 3.5 inches. And then Reston, Virginia, up to about 3 inches. So right around D.C., starting to see those totals creep up just a little bit. Now, that is a live look at our Loudon station camera, which that's not an earthquake. That is the wind starting to shake the camera a bit. And that's something that will actually get worse before it gets better. Overnight, as this storm intensifies off the coast, is going to start sending us some pretty gusty winds. We could have some locations gust 40 miles per hour or greater, and with some fresh, wet snow on some of the branches out there, we will have to watch out. I don't think it's widespread power outages, but likely a few power outages because of that. And I'll tell you, down across southern Maryland, already say I think it's like 5,000 or 6,000 folks between St. Mary's, Calvert and Charles County, dealing with power outages tonight as those winds start to ramp up. All three airports still reporting snow coming down. 33 D.C. and Dulles, BWI, Thurgood Marshall, sitting at 32 degrees. We have winter weather advisories, D.C., and they did downgrade Baltimore from a winter storm warning to just an advisory. But winter storm warnings remain up for Calvert, St. Mary's, northern neck of Virginia, and then off to the north and west across Montgomery County, Loudoun County, and areas north of the I-70 corridor. That red you see across the Delmarva up through New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. All blizzard warnings, as this is expected to be a pretty historic storm up in those areas. D.C., we ended up on the southern flank of it, and we're just not going to get into the heavy enough snow bands to make this one a history maker here in D.C. But very close as far as the, as far as the crow flies there, going over to the eastern shore. They're getting some of the heaviest bands with this. That will then shift off to the north as the storm intensifies. Storm tracker radar right now showing you temps across the region, which are all right around freezing, a little above it in D.C., but that stripe of blue you see right across the district, some pretty decent snowfall rates right now. In fact, I can go in, and this is what it's coming down as just liquid rain, so you have to multiply it by 10 to get the snowfall rates, but about half an inch to an inch per hour snowfall rates right now from central D.C. right through the southern portions of the Beltway, western portions of Prince George's County, straight through central portions of Charles County, and this band is expected to kind of fade off to the east as we head through the next few hours. There it is, a heavy snow tracker on it. And if you live anywhere where you're getting the blue shading, that's where it's still snowing steady enough that you could actually add maybe another inch or two on the ground. Some heaviest totals, though, locally out on the eastern shore as this, what will be a blizzard out there, continues to intensify. It will work its way up, and then it will start to take that turn off to the north and east and pull away from the northeast. But if you're traveling anywhere tomorrow or thinking of traveling off to the north, New York, Boston, those locations, you can have some major travel issues up that way as they're expecting a foot or so of snow in many of those locations. Now, this week, not bad. We are chilly the next couple of days, but we do make it above freezing. This will not be like January. No snow creep. It should melt away certainly by the end of the week as we jump those temperatures into the 50s. In fact, near 60 by next weekend, when it will be so nice to not have to track a winter storm as Saturday and Sunday with temps near 60. Sunshine. It's going to be fantastic. Looking forward to it. Katie?
He's got options running with him. Heglo for Ty Baribo. Here's Baribo!
DC United takes down Philadelphia in last night's season opener at Audi Field. Final score 1-0. DC hits the road in 1 week against Austin FC. Coming up, the miracle in Milan. Team USA's hockey teams are bringing home some gold. Fox 5 will be right back.
So what am I defending now? You were my town. Now I'm in exile, seeing you out.
Olympic gold medalist Dominique Dawes expanding her academy in the place where it all started. A grand opening took place this weekend in Silver Spring. Our Chad Ricardo has the full circle moment.
That's right, guys. From Olympic gold to hometown hero, Dominique Dawes bringing her own touch of magic right back here to where it all started, Silver Spring, Maryland.
This is definitely a full circle moment. This is our 5th academy, and to open it in my hometown of Silver Spring, Maryland is a surreal experience. I can't believe this. I started the sport when I was 6 years old. I'm now 49 years old, and to know that I'm positively inspiring and empowering thousands of young kids to want to dream big in the sport of gymnastics or even ninja is something that I never would have imagined this many years later.
The Dominique Dawes Academy isn't just another gym. It's a place built for confidence, fun, and fearless kids. A space where children don't just learn gymnastics, they learn how to believe in themselves, just as Dominique Dawes did. As a child, Dawes found solace on the mat. Gymnastics was a haven for her, and she turned her passion into Olympic medals. Her hope is that in some manner, the Academy can provide the same for Silver Spring youth. The Academy's goal takes on a heightened level of importance today as Montgomery County Public Schools are set to discontinue gymnastics as a varsity sport following the 2026 academic year. For Dawes and her team, they hope that the Academy can bridge the gap for youth interested in the sport.
It's very disheartening, but I really do encourage those families that have an interest and a passion for the sport of gymnastics. Come check out one of my facilities. Like I said, we have 5 in the area, and we're going to continue to expand and build more. It's a compassionate environment, an empowering environment, and we're lifting up the self-esteem of every child that walks through our doors.
You gotta love it. Olympic gold medalist Dominique Dawes, a full circle moment as she opens an academy back in the place where she first fell in love with the sport. Back to you.
Blocked across it comes. Jeff Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States.
Jack Hughes scoring in overtime, leading Team USA to gold. The U.S. beating Canada 2-1 this afternoon at the Milan Cortina Olympics. It's the first time the U.S. has won the men's title since the Miracle on Ice back in 1980. This follows the U.S. women's hockey team capturing the gold also against Canada. And it's curtain call for the 2026 Winter Olympics. The closing ceremony happening today in Verona, Italy. 1,500 athletes taking part in the final parade, accompanied by Italian music and dance. The ceremony closing with the Olympic flames, and Italy will hand the Olympic flag to the next host. That's France. For the first time in history, the bones of St. Francis of Assisi are on public display in Italy. The year marks the 800th anniversary of his death. St. Francis is best known for his message of peace and attention to the poor. His teachings inspired the late Pope Francis, who was the first pope to name himself after the saint. We have more news online at fox5dc.com, plus the news at 11 starts now. Right now on Fox 5, winter weather advisories and warnings still in effect as snow continues to come down. Here's a live look from across our region. Tonight, Maryland Governor Wes Moore declaring a state of emergency as officials continue to encourage people to stay home. In Loudoun, snow piling up on roadways with crews taking to the streets as they begin the process of cleaning up from the storm. Tonight, the storm already claimed the lives of 2 people who died when a tree fell on their car in Calvert County. Safety is a major concern tonight across the region. That's why nearly every major school district in our area changing plans for tomorrow. Fairfax, Loudoun, Arlington, and Montgomery counties among the districts that will close tomorrow. Prince George's County students will learn virtually. D.C. students will start on a delay. A full list of all of the changes is available now at the bottom of your screen and inside the Fox Local app. Tonight, we have it all covered for you with live team coverage, but we're going to begin tonight with the Fox 5 weather team. Gwen is on deck, but first, Mike Thomas leads us off.
Yeah, let's talk about, Katie, what's going on out there right now and the latest advisories. We remain under a winter weather advisory here in D.C. with those counties in pink, including parts of Montgomery, Howard, all of Loudoun County, Calvert, St. Mary's, and parts of the northern neck there, all under winter storm warnings tonight. D.C. and recently added Baltimore. They were downgraded from a winter storm warning to just a winter weather advisory advisories as totals up near Baltimore have come in a little bit on the soft side, to be completely honest with you. Blizzard warnings out to the west across the eastern shore where the heaviest snows very clearly are on radar right now. Now, around D.C., snowfall rates have actually been picking up over the course of the last hour. You have this blue stripe that goes right through central D.C., through western or eastern portions of Fairfax County, western portions of Prince George's County, and straight through central Charles County. As we examine that on Storm Tracker radar, rates here with this, you have to multiply it by 10, showing your rainfall rate. So you multiply it by 10, you get your snowfall rates. So about half an inch to an inch per hour within this band that's kind of right over D.C. and again down through the Waldorf area, La Plata, likely getting some snowfall from that. So very nice banding setting up there. This image shows you where some of the heaviest snows are around the area. So if you're outside of where these blue bands are, you're generally seeing lighter snowfall amounts. So folks around, say, Annapolis, Anne Arundel County, even Calvert County right now, seeing a lot less, and it certainly has less on the ground than I think we were anticipating there. However, this band that's off to the west for now is going to start lifting and rotating its way off to the east. Should cross over those areas before it crosses the bay, and then it should head out to sea, and we should be done with this particular storm here in D.C. Again, got lucky compared to the folks off to the north and east up near New York, where they're expecting over a foot of snow before it's all said and done. With more on what we expect heading forward, here's Gwen.
Well, thank you, Mike. Well, we're glad that we're not going to get that 1 foot or more of snowfall through here. I mean, everybody was just digging out from the last one before this one landed on the doorstep. Now, this is one of our models. It's a simulation of the departure of all the precipitation, and it actually brings it out of here pretty early into Monday morning. So I'm going to put it in motion so you can see. And you can see how it's starting to push its way out toward the east, that moderate snowfall, even the heavier bands that Mike is speaking about finally making an exit. It gets it out of here at least before 9:30 tomorrow morning. Now, it is just one model, not set in stone. Also, over to areas of our West Virginia panhandle, still some of that snow remaining lingering even with this model as it stands. Visibility, really a big issue right now across the area. Not only do we have the snow coming down, but we also have some pretty strong winds out there. 1.5 mile per hour visibility only at Baltimore, 1.5 as well in the district, 2 at Gaithersburg only, and 3 miles only at Leonardtown. And those winds, and Mike spoke about them, gusty winds tonight that are going to last right through until your Monday. Right now, winds are gusting up to 34 miles an hour in the district. But look at this overnight into tomorrow. 40 mile per hour wind gust at Dulles, 43 by the time we hit the overnight hour at 1:30 in the morning. And then by midnight, as we get, noon, I should say, as we get into Monday, we're still talking 30 plus mile per hour wind gusts, 34 by the afternoon hours at Dulles, for D.C. 33. So that's a pretty good indication. And these are very cold, gusty winds coming in from the northwest. So we do have some wind chills with them. Mike will be back with a little bit more later on. Back to you, Katie.
Thanks, Gwen. In Virginia, western Fairfax County and parts of Loudoun County have seen some of the higher snow totals in our region this evening. Fox 5's David Kaplan was out in Sterling in the last hour. He's now made his way over to McLean. David, what'd you see on the drive?
Yeah, Katie, all things pretty smooth on the major thoroughfares, and that's definitely a story here in Northern Virginia as crews continue to work to try and clear them. You just heard Gwen, though, talk about the wind, and I want to show you this stop sign just to emphasize which direction the wind has been going is very clear based on the fact that this is pretty well caked on. Tried to clear it off, didn't do a great job. So this is an access road. A lot of your neighborhood streets could look a little something like this. When cars are driving over it, it does sort of create that immediate slush. It's a good reminder, though, that it can still be slick and that you should definitely go slow and maybe expect this to be your neighborhood tomorrow. But as we give you a live picture here at the Leesburg Pike Route 7, you can see everybody does appear to be moving pretty smoothly. We've seen lots of plow crews, spreading salt, driving through, trying to keep these main roads cleared. Seems like they're doing a pretty good job here in Northern Virginia. Take a look at some video that we shot earlier, though, just to give you a sense of what this looked like as cars were driving over that slush earlier today. We saw some private contractors plowing parking lots, VDOT contractors staying ahead of those thoroughfares as much as they could as the snow continued falling. Fairfax County Police say they reported several crashes as the snow continued falling this evening. Arlington County says they've got 40 trucks out on the roads now to try and clear things up, but Arlington County specifically did decide to close schools. Same story in Fairfax County, same story in Prince William County, same story in Loudoun County, all closed tomorrow. A couple of 2-hour delays in Northern Virginia as well. Be sure to stick with Fox 5. We'll have the very latest on how these conditions developed overnight and into the early morning and bring you the latest tomorrow morning. Katie.
2 people are dead after a tree fell onto a truck in Sunderland in Calvert County. Crews responding shortly before 5 p.m. along Route 2 and Aspen Woods Drive. A third person suffered serious injuries. Police say strong winds have taken down several trees in the region. 1 person is dead after a crash in Greenbelt. This happened along Cherrywood Lane when roads were slick from the rain before the snowfall arrived. At least 2 others were hurt. Park police are investigating what caused the driver to lose control. Tonight, snow is still coming down in Charles County, where they're seeing about 3 inches so far. School is already closed there tomorrow, and Fox 5's Regina Ureta continues our team coverage from Waldorf.
Well, immediately off the bat, I want to talk about those weather conditions at this hour because it has not slowed down. It continues very consistently and has even picked up within the last couple of hours that we've been here. So that wind is really what's been making it very difficult. And we are going up against that wind as that snowfall is just kind of hitting our faces. So it feels like just tiny little ice rocks just hitting our faces. But just kind of showing you the amount of snow that's kind of fallen here. This is just a grass area. You can see it's continued to grow as the minutes just go by. And so this is just how much snow has kind of fell over here towards this area. And that's kind of where it's looking like on sidewalks, grass areas. And then this is actually Broadway Road. Visibility here is pretty challenging for drivers. And that's why I see several cars who have been driving pretty slow. And I want to keep reminding drivers who are out there at this hour, you just got to be really cautious and slow down and definitely be mindful of these conditions because it is pretty challenging and difficult. And then if we walk over here, kind of showing you how these trees are painted with this type of snow. We've been seeing all of this all over Waldorf here in Maryland. And then we're actually very close to a gas station, seeing just some of the cars that are parked here. You can see already how much snow has fallen onto those cars. And that's why we keep seeing people actually coming into this gas station trying to get the supplies to help brush off some of that snow as they head back out to their destination. Now here we're seeing that snow plow coming in. That's something that we continue to see in certain areas, trying to clear up the roads to make it easier for drivers. But we've got multiple snow trucks coming in at this hour to clear up the roads, and that just kind of tells you, it is an indication of just how much snow is coming down here. But again, throughout the past couple of hours, things have really picked up, and we're seeing just snow truck after snow truck coming in here to help clear up the roads. And you're also noticing just how much they're clearing out and kind of throwing onto the side as they're coming through here. So again, just want to make sure that if everybody, or at least the drivers who are out there, definitely be safe tonight and slow your speed. I'll send it back to you.
As the snow continues this evening, you can get the latest on our forecast. Weather information anytime. Download the Fox Local app. Scan the QR code right there on your screen to get started. Coming up, President Trump gearing up for a State of the Union. What people need to know about road closures on Tuesday.
Poetic justice. Poetic justice. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, I write poems in these songs dedicated to you when you're in the mood for empathy. It's blood in my pen. Better yet.